I was, if I remember correctly, I was actually legitimately waiting for the show to ask.
Dan, do you know
that's
why?
how life works now.
I think I had it spoiled for me, yeah.
Okay, then don't say anything.
I won't.
Let's let Luke guess. We can let chat help you because they don't know. So anything they say is just complete, profound ignorance.
Can I give Luke a hint?
No.
Stop. I haven't even got. You can maybe eventually, but not before I've even started.
Well, that's disrespectful. Like, does he have a very hintable face?
Do I have a very hintable face?
Just looks like he needs hints.
Oh man. My first initial reaction was
got a strong brow furrow.
my first initial reaction was that it might have been something to do with needing to have like a mask or something.
Nope.
Because you can't with beards. Okay. So you
Nope,
weren't
afraid
doing
not.
anything like that.
I want to give my
that's
hint.
why a lot of firefighters have mustaches.
I want to give my hint.
Oh.
Because the mask can.
I thought it was just so they could give rides.
I mean, they probably do that a lot, but no, the mask can go along the outside of your face, and you can still have a mustache because it doesn't have to stick there.
Got it. Makes sense.
Just got tired of it. Yvonne, what does Yvonne think?
I don't think you can ask questions. I think you can just. I think you can just ask reasons.
Did Yvonne suggest it?
No.
Okay. Were you just tired of it?
Nope.
Were you curious to see what it looked like?
Nope.
Because it's been too long.
It's been 3 long.
It's been 3 years.
Yeah.
That's
That was a COVID beard.
It's a really long time.
I
That makes
know,
sense.
right?
It feels, the whole COVID timeline thing has ruined my brain. No, it's not Apple Vision Pro fitting. No.
The Apple Vision Pro is totally ski goggles, and this is totally neck warmer.
Yeah. All right, Dan, give my hintable face some information.
You know how we were talking about Linus's Porsche last week?
It's better than hittable face.
That is true. Okay.
My understanding is it's very similar reasons to why he modified his windshield wipers.
Okay, I could kind of see where you're going with this, but I don't think that's going to help him very much.
I didn't say it was a good hint, but I thought you might find that funny.
It was like the cheaper way of doing something, but how does that make any sense?
Linus gets it. Linus gets it.
I love this. There's thousands of people experiencing this, and only 2 of them get the joke right now. This is
special.
a great show.
I feel special.
Dan, you're special. You're a special boy.
Can I get another hint? I'm trying to think of like, do I call in? Like
I might as well just tell you. There's absolutely no way you're ever going to get it.
Okay.
So I booked a hydrofacial.
I have no idea what that is.
It's basically just like a skin treatment for your face.
Pour water on your face?
No.
Is it waterboarding?
No, it's definitely not waterboarding.
Okay.
So I got a hydrofacial, and
Sure.
I contacted them ahead of time. I was like, so like, how does it work with the hair? And they were like, well, it obviously doesn't work anywhere where you have facial hair. And I was like, okay, well, is the price different? And
Why
they're
is
like,
that obvious?
And they're like, no, the price is the same. And I was like, okay, so the price is the same regardless of how much face you treat.
Like, I gotta get my value. I respect that. Yeah, I respect that. Are you gonna grow it back?
You know what? I didn't get my value though, because what I realized after I shaved it was, even though I had intended to do it anyway, I could have gotten D-Brand to pay like an enormous amount of money to have me shave my beard on WAN Show or something.
Especially if you left mustache for a certain period of time.
So stupid.
Yeah.
I can't believe it.
I am, yeah. That was kind of that was / is kind of surprising to me. And one of the most like based takes I've seen so far was our own Mark Rathgaber. Rathgaber. Okay. I realize I've never said his last name out loud.
Yeah, that's
right
fine.
then.
He gets that a lot. I know. He's told me Rathburger. He gets that all the time. It's Rathgaber.
I grew up with someone with that last name, so my brain just defaulted to it. Anyways, he said, if this is real, why wasn't it sponsored?
Yeah.
That's fair.
It's a fair take.
I'm actually very surprised.
It's fair take
that you didn't combine those two things, because the one of like, you know what, I'm gonna get my full value out of this. Totally understand.
Yep.
but I'm surprised that your brain didn't also go, not only will I get full value, but I will now make money off of this
Yeah,
process.
I mean, we could have upgraded some workstations or whatever, you know. It was a miss. It was a miss.
Okay.
Speaking of misses, my wife, no,
Yeah.
just kidding. Let's talk about the Apple Vision Pro.
No. What does she think?
Oh.
Because she liked the beard, didn't she?
She likes the look of the beard, but definitely prefers the snuggleability of not a beard. So for her, it's kind of, I think it's like a 55% beard, 45% not beard.
Got it.
But now that the beard has been a thing for a while and she's going back to not the beard,
It's kind of fun for a bit.
no,
Oh.
no, not even a little. It's I think it's when we went from this to that, it was like, oh yeah, the beard looks a little better. Now that we go from beard to this, it's like, so you're growing it back, right?
So are you going it back then?
Yeah, but not yet.
Oh.
Soon.
Why not yet?
Has the hydrofacial is just a lead up for like a pokey thing that they're gonna do.
Sure.
Yeah, so it's like some pokey thing. It's supposed to
Facial acupuncture?
It's supposed to stimulate like collagen production or something like that. Like basically, I'm looking at it going, okay, I'm almost 40. I'm not into like, oh, I'm gonna get a bunch of fillers and a nose job or whatever else. But from a certain point of view, I have like never done anything other than just rub soap on my face. And I'm looking at it going, okay, so this is kind of like being 40 and never having gone to the dentist. It's like, yeah, I brush my teeth, but like so I'm like, okay, you know what? A little bit of maintenance. I'm going for it. So I've got a couple things and then I'm going to grow my facial hair back and cover it all up.
Yeah, there you
So
go.
that makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, sure.
You ready?
Yeah, I guess so.
You guys are going to see it here first, guys. Raw impressions.
I'm like kind of nervous. I don't know why.
Well, because if your take on it is wrong, then you're going to have people calling you an idiot. And if your take on it is right,
That isn't why I was
then you're going to
nervous.
have the other half of people calling you an idiot
Yeah.
because this is an extremely divisive product.
Yeah,
Okay, so first up,
it's an extremely divisive device.
here it is. The Apple Vision Professional.
Professional.
Not to be confused with the regular Apple. Are you going to take it?
Oh, yeah. I thought you
Not to
were
be
gonna show it off.
confused with the regular Apple Vision.
Is this just it's one size for everybody? Situation?
Okay. So you do a facial scan thing, but your nose kind of shape coming out of your face is like pretty not that far off mine. I suspect this thing will probably be mostly okay for you. Maybe a little bit on the small side, because I'm like a small medium helmet, and I think you're more like a
Yeah,
large.
but the whatever the I don't remember what the brand of that VR headset was that I tried at your house, but that felt pretty well.
Oh, really? So the Big Screen Beyond?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that did fit you okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Then you'll probably be
I was more
not...
wondering about the
So that has a dial.
head size. Oh, okay.
Yep. So you just play around with the dial, and once you put it on, it should basically turn on. But before you do, let's get your impressions.
All right.
So it's got the protective cover on the front. It comes with that. You can just pop that off.
Material wise, feels premium. I don't know. The headband.
Really? Okay. There's two options for the headband. There's
The
also
headband doesn't
this
feel
one.
not premium, to be clear.
There's one that
Oh.
has a
So
top
there's the like
a top strap as well.
diaper
Yeah.
band.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I wouldn't call it a diaper band, but sure.
Sure.
Yep.
They could have made that one look a lot better. They clearly want you to use this one.
Yeah, I can see that perspective.
There's like no promo material of that, I don't think.
Yeah, that's
This is
fair.
the one in all of it.
That's fair. Yep,
Yeah,
that's fair.
They could have done a better job with that one.
Okay.
I can already tell this is going to feel front heavy.
Mm-hmm.
Just
What do you think
holding.
of the weight of the battery pack?
That's fine. It's going to be in a pocket or something, right? Like, I'm not really worried about that, I think.
Yep. What do you think of the fixed cable?
It's not, it's only sort of fixed.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's one length though.
Oh,
So you
yeah.
can't just be like, oh, I'm gonna keep it in my shirt pocket today.
Yeah, because it's a different type of lightning, right? It's like,
It's some
Big
kind
lightning?
of jumbo lightning. So it's fixed.
I mean,
cable
that's not great.
for all intents and purposes today. Yeah.
I would like to be able to have different lengths of cable. Sure. You got some grease on those lenses.
Mm-hmm.
Do I try it on now?
Go for it.
Do I keep the cover on?
I have long eyelashes. It's actually a problem for me. Is my eyelashes just coat the inside of any VR headset that I use with like grease.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're gonna want to loosen that a touch. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, are you gonna take off the front cover?
Sure.
Also, I mean, any impressions on the?
What?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he found it. So that's how the pieces come apart. You're going to show the people. Or you're just going to hold it under the desk.
So
Yeah,
I
good
tried
job.
to take off the front cover by gripping this portion and pulling both sides, and then this came out, and I was very temporarily.
Don't forget
concerned
about
that I
the
broke
other
it.
piece that comes off of that.
Oh, wow.
So that piece also comes off of the assembly that you just disconnected.
All right. I don't need that though, right?
No, that's just, this is the not thicker one. This is the thinner version
Got it.
of the
Okay.
face
All
thing.
right. I'm gonna try again.
Okay,
There we
here
go.
we go, here we
Now it's
go,
too
here we
loose.
go, here we go. That right there is a man who's going skiing.
This is less comfortable than I expected, to be honest.
Well, remember too, the face thing is not, your size.
Do these parts rest on your face?
It depends. So if I use that band, it pulls in hard on my forehead.
Yeah, me too.
And if I use the other band, it hangs hard on my cheeks.
Okay. It's like barely even touching my cheeks. All of it is right on my forehead.
Remember too, though, take all of this
it's not scanned.
for what it is.
Yeah.
Luke didn't do a facial scan. This
Yeah.
is not the correct size for him.
Yeah, it's not.
However, I will say that one of my bits of feedback is going to be that I find the comfort of it extremely difficult to deal with.
It's definitely a lot more front heavy than other VR devices I've used.
Is it on yet?
No.
Okay, hold the button on the left, on the top. Top left. There should be a button. Hold it down. That's the right. Good job. Okay, did it fire up?
No.
I hope I didn't let it die. You found the button though, right?
Yeah, this one?
Yeah, okay. It's not turning on?
No.
Okay, one moment, please.
You can just plug the battery pack into something, right? I think
Oh,
so.
yeah. Oh, yeah. It's no problem. It's no problem. We've got a solution. The solution
Is the cable supposed to go up like this?
yeah, that's where the cable goes,
So it goes like, they're trying to get it around your ear?
I guess.
It doesn't actually go around my ear.
Yeah, I don't have that problem, but that's interesting feedback.
Yeah, it like touches right at the top.
The bigger issue for me, and a lot of this is just going to be stuff that I'm going to talk about in the review. All right, you should be able to turn it on now. It's charging now.
Okay. Wow, this whole everything on the forehead thing is not great.
The bigger issue for me is that on both straps, the attachment mechanism here, I'm just going to go to Linus Can here. The attachment mechanism is an ovular shape. You can see that? It's an oval. And what that means is that there's absolutely zero play whatsoever. So if you're the kind of person who goes, oh yeah, I really prefer to wear a back ponytail instead of a nape ponytail or a high ponytail, I would really like to adjust this to sit, more this way or more this. No, you get to not do that. So if you look at the way that Luke's wearing it right now, Luke, can you turn to the side a little bit? If he was like, oh, I would really strongly prefer, to have this kind of more up here, the answer is no. Apple says no.
Speaking of Apple saying no, it won't turn on.
Still?
Yeah.
I mean, it's definitely charging. Can I borrow it for a sec? Maybe this is just user error. Or instructional error could also be that. Oh, man. So convenient. All right. You want to stall for me?
Sure.
Let's run interference.
Yeah, the whole forehead thing, I saw him take it off once, and I saw a very pronounced red mark along his forehead and then slightly along the sides. And I was a little bit surprised by that, and now I am no longer surprised at all. For me, again, it's not scanned for my face. So it's probably not already red on you. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's not scanned for my face at all. This is probably not useful information, like straight up. But no weight at all was distributed anywhere other than just my forehead, and all the weight for the device is in the front, so the entire weight of the device was just sitting right there. Where the other strap, I could try that.
The bigger issue for me is that my choices. So the reason you probably saw it so red on my forehead was because I was wearing it really. I was wearing it really tight, and the reason for that is if I wear it at a reasonable tightness, it just mashes the bridge of my nose. So this is actually the point where it's most uncomfortable for
So
me.
you were cranking it onto your forehead to save your nose.
This is not turning on for me either. The light is red. It's usually green. So I guess it,
Needs a minimum charge.
yeah, maybe it needs a minimum charge level, which I find a little bit
Have you
surprising.
spent time with this? Should we swap straps?
I have spent time with that. Like I was saying earlier, it basically takes the load off of here and puts
Right.
it here and on my
Yeah.
nose.
That
And it
sounds
also
more
just kind
normal.
of feels like it's going to come flying forward on me because I would wear it farther back. I would wear it more like back here instead of like here and here instead of right here and right here.
Yeah.
It's like it's not deep enough.
Yeah, this band seems. Yeah, I'm not surprised that's the one they put in all the promo footage. That seems kind of a little late, maybe.
Well, this is not working. This is
A little anticlimactic.
yeah. This was supposed to be our first topic of the week. I guess we're gonna have to pivot to another topic. This is
Yeah, we
embarrassing.
can just come back to it.
Sure, we'll come back to it. We'll let it charge for a bit.
Yeah.
All right. Good luck, buddy. Want to pick one?
Try the other button. People are saying.
No, I tried it.
Yeah. Okay. Sure. Okay. Apparently, there is a Google Doc of people reacting to you shaving, and we're supposed to react to that.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know about this. Okay.
Shave memes. There's a segment. If you scroll down, there's a section called segment.
Okay.
Reactions to Linus's new face.
All right. I guess we'll just screen share for this. Okay. I'll go full screen.
Sure. think that's-
View. Slideshow button. There we go. Okay, I saw this.
That skipped way in. That's the 7th slide.
What? Oh, well, okay, well. There, you happy?
Yes.
All right, initial reactions.
Classic.
What's up, Eddie?
No.
Okay, now that's valid. What?
I don't understand the opera one, considering he has a beard.
Opera GX? It's not the beard. Okay,
We're covering up the caption. Okay.
Oh, Mr. Besser's on it. He's on the case. All right, we good?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, Dan. So you're just going to move it around on the fly? Okay.
Yep.
Glad to see you're back at NCIX. Love it. By the way, this
Pretty
PC
good.
turned out amazing.
Is it still having problems?
Nope.
Nice.
Nope, it's running perfect now.
Nice.
I think it ended up just being a motherboard issue or like PCIe riser, plug unplug. It's fine now. Yeah, it's 100% rock solid now.
That's awesome.
Runs cool. Yeah, it's amazing.
There's my favorite one I've seen.
That's valid.
That's a good question.
But you shaving brought the world together. Okay, I saw this
Yeah, what
on
the
the
heck?
community post on YouTube. And I just thought, I was like, oh, this must be a new meme format that's popping off right now.
It's actually an extremely old meme format that is only partially related.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting.
Yeah.
Because I was going to send this to the social team. I was like, okay, yeah, we should probably find something to like piggyback on top of this. And then I forgot. And that's good because then I would have looked like yeah. As a citizen of basically anything, this is
we do not
amazing.
want the thing and then pass it on or something. Yeah.
Oh, man. Okay.
Very good.
That's actually
updated
pretty
wide
good.
Linus.
That's actually pretty good.
Nice.
Oh, no. Okay. I really don't think I'm going to go blonde again.
Why?
What?
Do it.
What?
Complete the look.
Why are you being so aggressive right now?
You dyeing your hair blonde and wearing
Oh, yeah.
collared polo shirts
Come on.
would be
That'd be amazing.
a wild throwback.
No.
We could get a really old camera and then do an LTT.
Hold
What
on.
is this?
Clip?
We can't
Oh.
hear it.
Is there sound on this?
It looks like there's
Here you go. They should be able to hear that. Give me one second.
Okay. Thank you for
All right.
Okay.
Play
Yeah.
again.
Alex Wojolski says, my girlfriend says you look like a daddy with that beard, except I don't have a girlfriend, and I said that. Keep up all that you do. Okay. All right. Thank you again for
I
that.
completely forgot about that, but that's pretty funny.
Wow.
The future remains unclear. I mean, unless you have vision.
Hey!
I doubt I'll be able to take anything he says seriously. Go, come on! I'm still a serious person.
Relax.
Oh, come on.
That's pretty funny.
Okay, all right. Thank you for that. This must have been the social team. Okay,
That's pretty funny.
let's see if the Apple Vision Pro is working. There's an accelerometer in the battery bank, and it's supposed
Really?
to, yeah, it's supposed to light up when you move it, but it's not doing it right now. What, is this thing broken?
It seems like a more expensive solution to the just like press the button to check method.
Yeah. Also, I mean, did I mention this battery bank is just useless unless you happen to want to power a Vision Pro because just Apple things?
Isn't it also like not that big?
I don't know.
Apple Vision Pro.
It's 3166 milliamp hours.
Yeah, like wait, what?
It's under provision. It's whatever the provisioning is, where there's more capacity in here than what they display by about 20%, I think it was.
Even then.
And I think the idea there is that they really don't want this thing to just be used every day, be charged multiple times a day, be kept at a full charge, and then have people have it just like dying in a year. No, they would like it to take at least a few years, because that's how Apple rolls. By then they'll have something better to sell you.
It's not 5 volt, 12 volts.
Yeah, it's a super random voltage. It's something they absolutely could have done with PD. 13 volts.
13.
It's one of those things where it's like, I'm sure there's some reason that it runs at 13 volts.
Yeah.
But I'm also sure that they could have found a way to make it not run at 13 volts and run at like a standard USB PD voltage as well.
So is it working now or?
I don't know, I'm checking.
Okay.
Keep running interference.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
Yes, it's working.
Okay, never
Okay,
mind.
here we go.
All right.
Run no interference. All right. Luke will be experiencing the Apple Vision Pro for. Oh yeah, sorry.
Dragging the battery bank around is already annoying. Do you kind of get used to it? I feel like you would.
I'm so over this thing.
Oh.
I can't wait until I'm finished my review and I
Oh.
can just put it back in the box or like give it to Horst to cover on Mac address or something.
Wow.
I'm over it.
Oh my
I,
goodness.
There are things that I love about it, and I mean that with a capital L, love. But there are things about it that just make it the kind of thing that I love the idea of, and I don't need to have on my face.
Like one thing to explain my problem, and again, I want to say it again, this one is not face scanned for me. To make it so that the face shield thing is actually touching my face, I can make that happen by pulling it completely off and getting a, like, I can see Linus right now through the device. Like it
That's weird. Are you sure that's clicked on properly? It's magnetic. Oh yeah, there you go.
That's why I'm
Oh, I see what
taking
you
it
mean.
off to make it touch my face.
So the problem you have is the same one I have then. Like, okay, without the headband on, could you make the whole thing go against your face by changing the angle?
Almost certainly.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
but
This right here is actually a oh wow. Yeah, I need to have the headband on like the upper crown of my head. That's really
Okay,
weird.
so are you good now then?
Yeah, that's way better.
Oh, okay, cool.
It just
Because
has to be like way up here.
I can't move it enough for it to be comfortable because it doesn't rotate. It's not swivelable.
I genuinely this fixed pretty much everything. It's very uncomfortable in the back of my head. I don't like it being up here. It feels like it's gonna slip off.
Yep.
But it's now resting on my face. Way better.
I have
This
the
is a
exact same problem with
wild
this one. It
improvement.
feels like it's going to come off at any moment,
Yeah, I don't.
but it's more comfortable than that bend for me.
Oh yeah, this is immeasurably better.
Okay, so is it prompting you for a pin or anything?
It
or
wants
like,
me to press this button to align.
okay,
something.
yeah, hold it. Yep, press and hold. Motorized IPD adjustment. pretty cool.
Okay. Wow, that's pretty good. Whoa! What the heck is it actually right there?
How's that pass through?
Wow, that's weird.
Pretty good, huh?
That is actually really good. Can you toss me something?
Yeah, absolutely. Here, I'll toss you. I'll toss you a prototype LTT saw.
Yeah, that was
Like,
very easy.
Yeah, no problem. On the short circuit, D-Brand bet me that I couldn't dodge all the things that Bell threw at me. So if I was able to dodge them all, they said they'd pay double for the sponsorship.
Did you dodge them all?
And if I wasn't able to dodge, I got nothing.
Oh.
So obviously I took that bet because I was extremely confident that I could dodge anything Bell could throw. I mean, if you played softball with him, he's actually pretty good. But yes, I successfully dodged everything, so I'm pretty sure D-Brand had to pay double.
There's interesting stuff like right here. This visually is way closer to me than it actually is. That's kind of odd. But most things, once it gets far enough away, it's pretty good.
The 3D mapping is, I would say, an extremely, extremely strong point.
Yeah, it's very good. There's just like normally you're not going to have an object statically that close to your face.
Yeah.
So like it's fine. I can't read text on the laptop, but I can very easily read all the keys.
Yep. And if
I
you
can
had a
read the
MacBook,
text on the Stream Deck perfectly fine.
I mean, do you want it? Oh shoot, do I have?
I have the pin thing up, and
Yeah. You can enter it, center it over there. So use the crown, which is on the right. Yep.
This one?
Yeah, center it looking at the wall, so that you're just like mashing off screen, and then just obfuscate what you're doing somehow. Is the pin over there now?
Yeah.
Yeah, it should be. Okay, so. Are you using just your gaze tracking and
Yeah.
Oh yeah, so just go like this.
In front of it?
In front of just in front of it, beneath it, just kind of anywhere. Yeah, you're way off screen now. And remember, they can't see what you're looking at anyway, so it doesn't matter. So your fingers can be anywhere. They can be close. It doesn't matter if the people can see your fingers. Is that registering? He's got this.
Wow, that was weird to get used to.
Apple Vision Pro, guys. All it costs is
Okay, I'm in.
He's in the Matrix. Okay, maybe
That
centered.
looks fantastic.
Maybe center it over here so we can see you.
Wow.
Nice.
Okay, that's cool. And that looks insanely good.
Right?
That's wild.
See any screen door effect?
No.
It's
There's some, I don't know if it's the eyelash grease or because it's not fit for my face. There's little imperfections here or there. But especially, I'm like doing things and it's reacting to it. That's pretty funny. Oh, I gotta stop. I want to look at stuff, and I gotta just move my eyes.
Yeah. It's pretty cool.
Come on. There we go. Wow. This is very cool. I understand why people are reacting to this so heavily, because this is actually quite novel. This is more novel than I expected.
Yep.
Having used pass-through before and stuff like this before, this is much more novel than this. Do you have any of the photos, panoramic photos?
If you just go to photos and videos, yeah, I'm sure there's some stuff in there. Like there's a 3D video that I recorded of just walking around.
This thing where they put the screen up looks incredible. I don't know if it's just because of the screen door or because of something else that they're doing, but it just looks incredible.
Yeah, the lenses are incredible. They're pancake lenses, so they're super low profile, but they have so much less internal reflection compared to the big screen beyond that I just cannot fathom how they are this far ahead of what others are doing at this stage.
That's pretty sweet. I can put it behind the wall.
Yep. And then if you glance toward the bottom right or bottom left corner, then you can grab that and you can resize the window once you've positioned it where you like it.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's spatially computing, folks.
I am spatially computing. And like I've seen videos of people doing this, but it's actually way different when you're actually just doing it yourself. Interesting. You kind of have to trust it to work. For a while there, I was like trying to like scope it out. If you just look at the thing and do it, it seems to happen. If you try to finesse it, it doesn't happen as well. I don't know. That's not a great way of saying that.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I get it.
Heck yeah.
Rated out of 10 so far. First impressions. Ignore the comfort.
Yeah. What is the thing that I'm rating?
Display.
Just it.
Display
is extremely
the
good.
Interaction.
Display has got to be, for everything that I've experienced, the display's a 10.
It's pretty incredible, guys.
The interaction is extremely good, especially considering I'm not holding something that's doing that. I'm still having some problems with it, like, detecting where I'm looking.
Now, I didn't put it in guest mode for you. I'm sorry. I probably should have.
That's probably because of it not being scanned for my face.
Yes.
I didn't really care about setting up the IPD thing properly.
Yeah.
It's not in guest mode that I didn't even know existed, etc. It's probably those things more than anything because I've watched people use it and they haven't had these types of problems. So I'm not actually worried about that. And when it does work, it feels like insanely good. And I don't really see anyone having problems. So I think it's probably just a settings thing. So honestly, the interactability that I've done so far is probably also like that.
Do you want to see dinosaurs?
Yeah.
Okay.
course.
So just click the crown and go to the
This
dinosaur experience. Yeah, I think it's on the second homepage. So just pinch in front of you and swipe to the side to get. No, you got to pinch. So a pinch is like a touch.
Okay.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then
Okay. Encounter dinosaurs.
Yep. This takes a little while, so I'm gonna do a topic real quick while Luke sits here and experiences dinosaurs, I guess.
Right now, I'm just experiencing the room
So
with music.
good for him.
Oh, it's over there. Can I move it?
I don't know. Can you?
No.
Cool.
So I'm just gonna stare at you the whole time.
Wow, which with my own eyes through the Vision Pro, definitely a little creepy.
Is it weird?
Yeah, it's not very good, so that's part of it. And then the other part is it's like you're kind of half face swapped. Oh no.
This is hilarious because the words on my side, the words encounter dinosaurs is just behind Linus's head.
Yeah.
But because it's behind your head, the top of your head is like translucent, so I can still read the word.
Yeah, so I have it set to recognize when other people are around and create a little translucent window in whatever it is you're doing, kind of like rubbing a French fry on a piece of paper, you know, like makes a little kind of clear window where you can see other people.
There's now a butterfly flying around your head. I feel like I'm in like, you know that depiction in old movies of someone who just got like a concussion and you just like start seeing weird things? Like that feels like what's happening right now.
All right, cool.
Oh, wow, okay.
Okay, am I even going to try and do a topic, or are you just going to...
You can go for
Are
it.
you just going to do stuff? Okay, we've got a quick jobs announcement. We're looking for a procurement coordinator. Responsibilities include fostering positive relationships, streamlining procurement processes, tracking product releases, and collaborating with the content creation team on trending tech. It's linusmediagroup.com/jobs. Head over there if that sounds like you or anyone you know. You can always direct someone else there. You see the little dinosaur now? It's a cute little dinosaur.
He's squeaking.
All right, you enjoy that little dinosaur, Luke?
Oh, one thing I didn't even think about is, audio quality seems okay.
We're hiring some positions right now. There they are. See you later.
It lacks bass.
The speakers are not amazing,
Yeah.
but what is amazing is turn your head around. The spatial mapping
Yeah.
is
I'm noticing that as the dinosaur is sniffing your head.
mind-blowing.
Yeah.
It's so good.
Yeah.
All right. I guess I will also talk about how, we've added some new stuff on LTD Store. Do you want to talk about what you're experiencing at all, or should I just keep going?
No, I think you're good. Keep going.
All right, cool. We are launching our black polo shirt. Yep, that's right. It's a black polo shirt. It's part of our 9 to 5 collection. Smart fabrics, easy fits, good looks. It's super soft and breathable with snaps rather than buttons on the collar. So convenient. Great for work or play. 96% cotton, 4% elastane. And we've got a couple of new graphic tees. That's right, we are finally launching some new graphic tees. Planetaries, this isn't planetary. Intergalactic was inspired by our digital journeys into other galaxies through AR and VR, starting with the AR video that Lloyd did with MAC Address. And then Planetary was inspired by putting tech internals like hard drives and Qi chargers out into the galaxy. So you can check these out at lttstore.com. Both were inspired by kind of bit/pixel art styles. And speaking of intergalactic and traveling into other galaxies, Luke, you're in the same galaxy, same planet, but
Intergalactic, planetary,
very far
planetary,
back in time.
intergalactic. You know, a black polo is the perfect time for you to dye your hair.
Thank you for that. That's really helpful.
Yeah. This is crazy. I can understand why you're probably tired of it. But it's crazy. It's very cool. I don't this is like how long ago was that? I was at Oculus forever ago. I think 2016, 2017, around there. And I had a conversation with someone where I bet 10 years was the time frame it was going to be until we had like actual real mass adoption.
Right.
This is pretty close. This is definitely, I think, not it. But I think this is a huge amount of the way there. I think we need a better weight distribution, better strap situation maybe. The screen quality is fantastic. The audio quality seems good enough. The spatial audio stuff is wild. How you control it seems very smart. I don't know. It's good. This wouldn't be a normal place you would want to run your cable.
Yeah.
I don't mind that I just hit it with my hand because I just wouldn't have it ran like this ever, so that's fine.
Yeah, it's funny that Apple was the one to divorce us from headphone cables, and now they've brought back a far thicker, far more obnoxious, far less sort of readjustable and manageable cable. But
that
sure.
part I find interesting, the fact that there's no routing along the band or anything that you could optionally run it through.
We're going to get third-party headbands for this, and they're going to be infinitely better than the garbage that Apple shipped it with. That's a good point,
because these are detachable, so someone could actually easily make their own. That might solve a lot of my problems with it.
Yep, almost certainly.
I think if it was scanned for my face and thus fit better, I would be much more happy with it.
Unfortunately, I don't think that I have my MacBook. So I've been dailying a MacBook ever since I started my review of the Vision Pro, which admittedly has contributed to some of my impatience with it. There's definitely still things that I find very frustrating about macOS. To be clear, there's things I find very frustrating about Windows, things I find very frustrating about Linux. But there's things I find very frustrating about macOS. Like, unless you go completely full screen on your app, how little of your actual screen you get to use between the menu at the top and then the dock at the bottom. Like, okay, sure, that's great. I'll just use this part of my screen while I'm browsing the internet. I'm not really a full screen app guy, but let me go ahead and see if I can get this signed in, and then you'll be able to use the MacBook with the Vision Pro, and we can kind of get your impression of that.
Have you done the IMAX thing?
Sorry, IMAX?
Yeah. There's
no.
an IMAX app with a 46-minute long free video of a beautiful planet in collaboration with NASA.
I just installed that.
Oh.
Yeah, I installed that last night. I was having trouble getting access to the App Store because I am Canadian.
Yeah.
Yes. So even if you get your hands on a Vision Pro, you will need to have a US registered Apple ID. And then especially difficult if you want to actually buy anything or subscribe to anything on the App Store, you will need a US-based credit card, not a US dollar credit card.
Oh, that's always so frustrating.
The billing address must be in the United States. So that was pretty frustrating when I figured that out. This is going to take me a minute because I need to log out of the account that I am in now, and then I need to log into a different account, and that's gonna be a second.
So another addition that I would add to my obviously not enough time spent with it. Oh, I'm in a theater. I didn't even realize that.
Oh, you can adjust the immersion in your environment by turning the crown, which is the one on the right.
Oh.
Neat, huh?
It is pretty neat. So yeah, something that I would say is this is good enough that I would want one. I will not
Really?
get one because it's $3,500.
Oh, I see.
And
whoa, yeah, you had me for a second there. I thought you.
I said want one, not we'll get one.
Yeah, I thought you were legitimately like considering one all of a sudden there.
No, but this is novel enough that like, this is very cool. This feels like a leap. This is pretty sweet.
Are you in the IMAX experience right now?
Yes. If you're doing something and it's requesting you to close it, obviously you can close it.
Nope, no, I am not doing anything. I'm trying to figure out how to sign out, and I finally figured it out.
This feels like something that existed, and this is an app that you can, you know, you can just play, like, this is an IMAX whatever video thing, and you happen to be able to play it in this headset. If this video was, wow, yeah, I wasn't expecting to see my hands, there they are. If this video was all around me in a more panoramic scene, I think it would be better. I'm looking at a big box, which is cool.
So that's going to be the case for a lot of things. I have
Yeah,
a couple
which
of
makes sense.
I have a couple of iPad apps that are compatible, like in compatibility mode, but I'm definitely understanding why developers
Didn't necessarily want to preemptively make things for a very questionable user base.
for a very questionable experience.
Yeah. Yeah, I totally get that. That's one of the reasons why I think it seems like a lot of people are getting it. Reviews seem to be pretty positive. Maybe if a bunch of users actually get this, and a version 2 comes out eventually and whatnot, that might be the time. I don't know. Unless you're specifically into early adoption of tech stuff, I don't know if this is going to be a thing for you. But if you are into early adoption of tech stuff, this is very cool.
Sorry, this is going to take me a little while still. My deepest and most sincere apologies. Dan, run interference.
Yeah, merch message.
Oh,
yeah, hit us with a merch message.
Actually,
That's
it's
good.
pretty much the perfect time for that anyway. So, excellent. Let's see. Hey, Dan and the others, what's the story behind Linus Cat Tips? Where did it come from, and what happened to it?
Oh, it came from the idea that in the early days of the company, I was thinking, hey, with how long it takes to shoot LTT, which was unboxings at the time, we could easily shoot the entire week's worth of content in a day. So nothing would prevent us then from having 5 different channels, each of which we shoot all the content for in a day. And one of the things that, you know, I'm pretty passionate about is cats. Oh, shoot.
While you do whatever you're doing, the whole mixed reality portion of this is awesome. It knows that Linus is a thing that I might want to see right now. So like if I look to my left, I don't see this wall at all. I see an IMAX theater. I see all the different levels of it, etc. Even looking over there, there's like the door to the IMAX theater, the front, whatever, the water ball, I can't see that. The like guardrail in the front, I see all that kind of stuff. I look over towards Linus and I see exactly Linus in the area around him. I look here, there's IMAX theater. You could sit at home and interact with the people around you fully and properly while also engaging in media, which is pretty fantastic.
Oh my god, what is this? Whatever this is, there's like error messages are tiled over top of my whole screen. I'm so upset right now. Sync failed. Okay, I can't deal with that right now. I just need you to move. I just need you to move and get out of my way. Okay, let's try the other one. Send a new code. Come on. Come on. It's not working. Maybe it's the other one. Okay.
I'm having a great time.
Well, that's good. I'm really glad you are. I'm really stressed out.
This is really engaging content, guys.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm
good.
sure this is fantastic for you guys to watch. It's great for me. This is
Luke's
very
watching
cool
a
device.
different show.
I still wouldn't want to spend $3,500 on it. And I don't know how required it is. It feels like being in the Apple ecosystem, it would be quite required. I genuinely have no knowledge of how required it is to have a MacBook, but I don't have one of those either. So this would end up being a very, very expensive overall purchase, which I will not do because I am too cheap. But I am definitely starting to understand why people would. And some of the people that I know personally that have bought one, I get it. It's cool. It's very cool.
Yeah, but I mean, you're just kind of like looking at stuff. Like, I don't know, what's wrong with a phone and like a cardboard box? You're just gonna watch like a movie.
This is cooler than a phone in a cardboard box.
Yeah, but that is like, how much money is that worth? Like,
That's
how
what I'm saying.
old?
That's why I wouldn't buy it.
How much content is going to
probably
be
not a ton.
created?
It's
like
a
this?
novel,
Yeah.
early adopter tech experience. You know,
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
paying a massive tax. Is the dollar value matching what you're getting? For a lot of people, probably not. But it is very cool.
And the screen is good. I think that's what
matters.
matters.
The screen is fantastic. That is a huge part of it. I keep kind of slipping into like not even really realizing that this is what I'm doing because the video that I'm watching is fantastic. And like I look over at Linus, and he's not there at all. Like it completely removes him. And then if I look directly at him, he's there, and it's very clear, good. I'm not. It's not fuzzy. I'm not seeing any screen door on it. It's very, very good. So I'm like very, very much immersed in this video that's in front of me, but I don't feel like I have like exited the room, if that makes sense. My ears are completely uncovered, so while I can hear the thing, it's also very easy to hear you guys. I'm not wearing my headphones.
Yeah, you can
Normally
still hear me. Yeah.
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 Normally these make it easier to hear you, especially. But despite there being audio blasted directly at my ears by the headset, I can still hear you, no problem. I can still hear
not as
Linus, no problem.
Closed in as like a traditional headset. Yeah.
Yeah, I
That's nice.
that part is really, really cool. And pretty unique. I've dealt with pass-through before. This is not the same thing. Not only because it's really fast, like when Linus threw me that sock, it was second nature to catch it. It wasn't difficult. It didn't feel more difficult than normal. But also just it's very smart. Like Linus walking away, it was like, yeah, you might want to see this person walking in front of you. So Linus was rendered in front of the IMAX screen as he walked away. But usually, like the table is usually full deleted. This mic right now, because I'm in the IMAX view, is usually being full deleted. If I look right at it, it shows up. But generally it's not there. It's very cool. Whatever they developed to intelligently detect what I would want to see and decide when to show it and when not to show it is extremely good. That is like very impressively good.
All right, I've got a merch message for you to stall for time while Dan fixes something.
Sure.
Steven asks, yo, DLL, the hardest choice of my childhood was who to sacrifice at the end of Fable 2. What was the toughest video game choice that you ever made? Mine's going to be stupid, so I'm going to go ahead and let you go first, just in case.
I'm not even just like losing myself in the IMAX thing. I'm trying to think.
I can do mine first if you need time.
Sure.
For me, it was my first playthrough of Final Fantasy Tactics. I hadn't really understood by this stage in the game that like permadeath was a thing.
Oh.
And I was a kid and I played through a little bit more of the game thinking there's some
There's got to be some way to get
shrine
them back. Yeah.
or something.
Yeah.
And I like get them back or something. So you know how, wait, have you played Final Fantasy Tactics?
No, but I believe it works functionally in the permadeath sense the same as XCOM, I believe.
Sure. Yeah.
So,
yeah. So, really, where I was going with that was that each stage, each level of the game, is extremely time consuming.
Okay.
You go and you like do things in between each stage. You visit different locations, and you micromanage your stupid equipment and all of your abilities, and then you go and you do a fight, and you might or might not win, and then you do the whole thing again, and you try again, and it's very, boy, is it ever time consuming. So when you've made it a few more stages in, and you realize, oh no, and it wasn't it wasn't an important character, because the important characters when they get. But it was not a random either. And I had gotten kind of attached. And I was like, oh my goodness, they are dead forever. So for me, it was less a decision of like who to sacrifice or who to not sacrifice, and more a decision of, do I want to invest all of this time into restoring a really long time ago, like probably 5+ hours of gameplay time ago save, so that I can bring this person back to I did it. I went back and got them. I was like, I can't do this.
Yeah, there's a couple, like I can think I think it's Mass Effect 2. I think there's a part of the game where you have to decide, basically. I think one person has to stay back to like do something, and the rest of the people can escape, and you have to pick which person is going to stay back. And the person who stays back definitely dies, and that's going to be the result. Decisions like that, I feel like hello, Dan. You just showed up in the middle of the space station. That's cool. But yeah, the decisions like that I can find difficult, but I think the hardest one is going to be related to yours. I'm pretty sure it was Fallout 3. My dog died.
Oh no.
And Fallout 3 was not as friendly with autosaves as some newer games are, and I had been doing a lot of open world exploration, and I had to lose like basically a day of gameplay.
But you did it, didn't you?
And the decision ended up basically being like, I'm just going to quit for now, because I don't think I can redo all of that this second, but I'm getting my dog back. So I'm gonna just close the game and not save it, so that I can like commit this decision, and then I'm gonna go move on and do something else for a while. And then eventually I did go back to it. But yeah, I obviously had to get my dog back. That was required.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you ready to rumble?
Another interesting thing just came up.
Oh, all right, fine. So you're just not going to do the thing that I've spent this entire...
Well, no, I'm ready and I will do it, but I want to... This is part of it, actually.
Spent half the show
I got a
trying to fix for
notification
you.
saying that a device was added.
Oh, yeah. You better believe it.
And it brought me out of the immersive experience and was like, yo, you should probably deal with this really quick. And then the second I dealt with it, it was like, all right, we're back.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
All right. So here's a MacBook.
Okay.
It's probably been a while.
Yeah. Long time. I don't know where to...
Okay. So basically what...
How do I close the thing that I'm in?
Oh, you can press the crown. I actually don't like how much I end up interacting with the crown.
Okay, cool.
It's not a ton, but the gesture navigation is so fluid, and so...
I feel like there should be like a... do this and it closes whatever you're in or something.
So much more natural that
Maybe
it
there is.
really does feel like... And you know what? I've been experiencing it pretty raw so far.
Right, yeah.
So in between me getting all of my own impressions and writing the review, I'm going to go Google a bunch of things. So I'm going to Google every complaint that I had, and I'm going to I'm going to learn a bunch more, and I'm going to go, oh yeah, that's so much better. That would have helped so much. So I haven't done that yet, but figuring out how to get rid of a full screen experience is something that I need to do, or it needs to be better, because so far the crown is the quickest, easiest way to get out of it that I've found. So, on that Mac, you should see a little connect button that just floats above it.
Yep.
All right, so you just got to look at it and pinch.
Whoa. I did it.
You are now screen projecting. You can look down to the bottom edge and there's a bar. Just pinch, and you can move your screen projection
Resizing.
to wherever you want. Oh, no, not the bottom
No, I know,
corner.
I know. I
Bottom
just-
edge. Yeah,
yeah.
there you go.
There we go. I moved it. I want to move it.
It's super cool, and unless it's more than one display, it's
Not good enough.
not good enough.
Yep. This feels like another one of those like the V2 of this is going to be insane type of things where like yeah, I literally immediately already want another screen. Just like and I know some of this will be able to be solved with apps because as far as my understanding goes, you can have this connected laptop screen and also other apps.
Yes.
So like if I'm in this ecosystem, I guess Apple Music or whatever could be up on the
Yeah,
side.
or you could have the Safari browser running on the Vision Pro
Interesting.
if you just needed a web browser.
Oh, that's pretty helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that completely solves the multiple monitor thing, but that helps it a lot.
But your trackpad can go between those windows,
That's pretty
the
big.
projected Mac one
Oh.
and the browser one.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So that's a whole thing.
Wow. That's pretty good. If you can have Safari running on this, not taking up the screen, that honestly, that takes care of probably 90% of wanting a second monitor for me.
Mm-hmm.
Not 100%. I still want another screen, at least one.
And there's a lot of little quality of life things that obviously need to improve and are going to be improved. Like if you stop, if you pull it off for 1 second and put it back on, no, don't do it. It's a big waste of time. Time to re-authenticate, which it can do with your eyes. You don't actually have to enter a
That's
PIN once you've done that.
Good though.
But sort of. Like if you're just like scratch and put it back. Time to re-authenticate and then time to reset up all your stupid windows.
It can't
No.
authenticate through iris scan?
No, it can.
Okay.
No, that's not the problem. The problem is whatever workspace you had set
That's
up,
pretty annoying.
time to put it all back.
Yeah.
No,
would-
they'll fix that. I'm sure they're going to fix that.
It would be nice if there was like a modes or scenarios thing or something, so you could be like, this is my like lounging at home scenario.
Yep.
So I want it to put my windows in these different places and stuff. Because needing to individually like boop, 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 boop all the time could be pretty annoying. But this is the screen on this is like, yeah, just insane.
It's so good.
Yeah.
So yeah, if you, and I did not find, like, if you try to watch video, you can really see it struggle a little bit.
Yeah.
Like it's definitely wireless, and if there was a wired mode, that would probably be smoother. In Apple's infinite wisdom, they have not implemented that functionality. So you can get a developer strap that I believe can use a wire, but no, actually no, if I recall correctly, no, I don't think it can. I think people are still kind of figuring out exactly what that thing is, but it's USB 2 only. It's like $300. It's either $200 or $300, and it's also
USB
required
2.
to reset your password. It's like it's a whole thing. It's just Apple things.
Very cool.
Anyway,
This is sweet.
yeah,
Very cool.
it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
The fact that it has a cable though, and has absolutely no way to just plug in to a computer and transfer files off of it is fucking deranged though.
Yeah.
That one blows me away. I was trying because I
Is there
have
more things you want me to do? Or should I jump out?
no. I think that's pretty cool. I mean, I think you've had a lot of the experience at this point. I have a lot of video. Yeah, you look awful. I have a lot
Yeah,
of video
sure.
and photos on this that I need to get off in order to do the review. Like I've got a lot of screen recordings and stuff, and I was trying to figure out what's a fast way that I can do that.
Whoa.
Cause oh yeah, is there a this to USB-C or something, or is there like a if I pull this off, is there a USB-C port? So no, it doesn't. It's a computer with an M2 chip, which tells you that it definitely has a USB 3 controller for 4 that doesn't have a port, because Apple figured, well, no, you'll just do everything wirelessly. What if I don't want to? What if I don't want to use AirDrop?
Yeah.
Well, then I guess you better buy more Apple products.
Yeah,
it's
you gotta-
typical.
You got to be in the Apple
It's typical Apple. I talked about this in the short circuit, but you obviously haven't watched it because you told me you haven't watched it. That's
Yeah.
why it's obvious.
Yeah.
I talked about this in the short circuit, but probably the most Apple. I love a lot of the things that they do. They obviously innovate, but they are so blatantly, brazenly hostile towards their own users that I don't really understand why they put up with it. And the point that I made was this. Look at what Apple includes on the front. Like, feel it. It's a nice cover.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty nice cover, isn't it?
Yeah.
So at $34.99
Sure.
or $36.99 or $38.99, that's included. That's great because it means that,
Oh God, yeah, $3,500. That's USD, isn't it?
yeah, this is a $5,000 Canadian device. Okay, but like, that's great, right? Because it means if you know, this is not something that fits in your pocket, right? This is something you would have to actively carry around with intent, with purpose to use. And given that the battery life is in the couple of hours to, I think, up to 3 or 4 hours range, I haven't sat in it long enough to run out of battery. So I was gonna rely on just like doing a benchmark or something to kind of figure that out. But it's in that fuse one hand of hours range. If you are going anywhere with it for any meaningful amount of time, you will also be carrying a charger. But it's great that it includes this because you would hate for this to get scuffed.
Yeah.
Guess what's not included?
Some type of protection for the lenses.
Apple doesn't do anything by accident. Why, Luke? Why did they include this cover, but not this cover?
Because if the front of the device got super scratched up and everything, that's what other potential buyers are going to see. And that will bother other people more.
Well, what are
That's
you going to
my theory.
do? What are you going to do about the inside lenses?
Get new ones, I guess.
Well, Apple sells a travel case.
Uh,
That one will protect the inside lenses.
Got it. That makes sense.
So for everyone else,
Ugh.
we need to make sure the product looks its best,
Yeah.
and we will take care of that. We will make sure of that. For you, the person who actually fucking bought it.
You just scared Dan.
Sorry, Dan. I'm not mad at you. For you, the person who actually bought it, go f yourself. Buy more. It
Heck
is. It is something that I don't understand how anyone cannot see. It's so transparent in their product design, in their decisions, in the way that
Oh, yeah,
they.
for sure.
And how do you tolerate it? How do you accept it? Wow, I don't have my AirPods on me. That's actually very unusual. Anyway.
There's a couple of full length comments.
AirPods, though.
Yeah.
The AirPods Pros. Think about how they look in your ears. What color are they?
White,
Yeah. How describe the white?
pearly white.
It's perfect.
Sure.
It's pristine.
Yeah.
What do they look like when you open it up to use them?
I don't have pros.
Okay, well they have
I
like
the cheapo
they have
ones.
white silicone things that go into your ear canal. So tell me what color you think they are.
Yeah, those are gonna get discolored real quick.
Right.
Yellowy. Yeah.
So
Yellowy,
every
browny.
time you, the user, go to look at the product that you paid $250 for, it looks disgusting.
Put it in the ear, it looks great again.
The only reason, as far as I can tell, that black AirPods don't exist is because you, the user who paid for them.
The white.
I'm
white
sorry, but I
thing
actually
in your ear looks very iconic.
like I cannot, because Apple has absolutely done products in other colors. They have that whole red thing that they've
Their
done.
phones have come in various colors for a long
Sure, of course. Apple has done black Macs before.
Yeah.
They absolutely are willing to make things in other colors.
time. I think the white looks good.
The white looks great
Yeah.
for 3 days.
What if they had like black or any other color of the silicon tip thing?
What if they did? They don't.
Would that make you happy though?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yep, yeah, I would settle for that.
Yeah, cool.
Yep, but it's one of those things that users have complained about for years. You know, like the charger on the bottom of the mouse, and they just don't care. Or repositioning icons on the home screen. The fact that they just so brazenly just so transparently give zero fucks whatsoever. It's bizarre. And the fact that they do not immediately get called out on this by absolutely everyone is baffling.
Does
you
the
guys
Quest
shipped,
have a protector thing?
the Quest doesn't cost $3,500 fucking dollars.
That's fair.
And the Quest, again, Luke, doesn't come with the cover for the part that Apple cares about. It's not about you, the person who actually paid for it. It's about Apple's priorities. I don't know, man. I've decided at this point, I've talked about it on WAN Show, I've talked about it in the short circuit. I'm not going to really spend a lot of time on that in the review, but it's just one of those things. People ask, why do you hate Apple? I don't hate Apple.
Yeah.
I like lots of their products. What I hate is their attitude. I hate how they are so openly hostile towards their users. They're
Is this one of those situations though where it's like the open hostility that you don't like? Because I think there's a lot of stuff that other companies are doing in less communicative ways.
Well, it's also the hypocrisy.
Just as or more evil.
It's also the hypocrisy. Oh, there's no doubt in my mind. There's lots of companies that are far more evil than Apple. Let's talk Nestle, right? Like, you don't have to go
I meant
far.
Just as or more evil.
It's also the hypocrisy. Oh, there's no doubt in my mind. There's lots of companies that are far more evil than Apple. Let's talk Nestle, right? Like, you don't have to go
I meant
far.
Competing companies.
Like, which one's the one that that basically was like, people were murdered. It was basically by us, but it wasn't in the United States. It's outside of the jurisdiction. Like, that was their defense. They never even claimed that
I thought
they didn't have people killed
or something.
Well, let's not get this one wrong.
That's a good point.
I want to say it was some kind of beverage company.
I thought it was a beverage company.
It looks like it was. It looks like it was. It looks like it was Coca-Cola. I found an article from The Guardian.
Yeah, and they try to push like that. That isn't an admittance that we actually did this. That was just a way to get it thrown out of court. But it's like,
yeah, right. But like, if you didn't do it, maybe that would have been the better defense.
You know,
it might have been worth it just from a PR standpoint if you didn't do it, to fight that case.
Yeah,
that you didn't do it. So sure, I'm not going to say that Apple's the evilest company. But what I will say is that Apple is the company that doesn't respect us enough to tell a believable lie. And I just don't understand why we tolerate that. Just tell me that you're not going to ship a charger in the box because you don't fucking want to. Just tell me that you want the box to be smaller because the logistics cost at the volume that you're doing, the number of iPhones that you're shipping every year, just tell me that it's a huge savings. Don't tell me you're saving the earth. You're not saving the earth. You make decisions actively on every product cycle to destroy the earth faster. You go out of your way to make it so that your products are less repairable, so that they don't last as long, as cost effectively. So then just don't say you do that. That's the other thing that just drives me absolutely up the wall. So how openly hostile they are, how hard their users ride them in spite of that, and how not believable at all the lie that they tell me is. At least have a good story. Pretend. Give me something we could all kind of get on board with and go, okay, yeah, sure.
Maybe even if I don't believe it 100%, at least there's some grains of truth here.
Just say we didn't want to spend, $13 on a power brick for every iPhone. Just say that.
And you can even win that, like I want the box to be smaller thing.
Yeah.
You can even win that with the logistics side because you're like, we're trying to spend less fuel moving and stuff.
I mean, this is a good one. So with the charger one, okay, just play along a little bit. If they had said, okay, we're not including a charger this generation, and drop the price by $20, and then the next generation just like put it back in. At least give us some time to forget or something. But they didn't. They took out the charger and they increased the price anyway. Like it did. There was never a benefit.
Yeah. There's two comments in Philippine that I want to talk about before I forget
Sure.
them. Zero Transform, this is more something for you. He said, make sure to check out the Apple TV Plus immersive videos. It's mind-blowing how well they did 3D 180. No weird distortions, and the scale is flawless.
Sure.
Maybe
I will check that out.
And then Handyman has said about 47 times, you should try Quest 3. At $500, it offers much more, albeit not that great display, but at $500, it does a lot more than the Vision Pro.
It does a lot more depending on what you're trying to do. If you want to play fitness games,
Yeah.
you buy one of these. What are you, an idiot?
Yeah.
That's not what it's for. Whereas if you buy a Quest 3 and what you want is to watch immersive video in extremely high quality and be more productive with your Mac,
Yeah.
right? Like it's horses for courses.
That feels like, from my experience so far, the correct take.
What was that thing that
Yeah,
I'm
Sindrax is
supposed to
saying
try?
nobody's wearing a Quest 3 in public. Oh, the thing, Apple TV
Oh,
Plus
by Apple TV.
immersive video or something.
Yeah.
I scrolled away from the
Yep,
comment.
I've got that on my list of experiences. I've also got, like, someone apparently got Steam Link working, and so, like, there's a handful of things that are still on my list of stuff that I need to try, but I'm definitely done with it. I'm especially done interacting with other people with this thing on. Like, yeah, the pass-through is great, and you've got the eyes and, you know, whatever, but, Apple has stated that their vision for this product was that it wouldn't isolate you, and that's just, that's a complete swing and a miss. It is utterly isolating. Conducting an in-person meeting with somebody is just not cool with this thing. You absolutely can, but it serves no purpose for the interaction with other people, for one thing.
I feel like that's
Like, they
almost like
can't-
you're taking it too far. Like, are they suggesting conducting an in-person meeting?
They can't do anything that I'm doing. They can't see anything that I'm seeing. And it has no benefit for me because unless I have some kind of supplemental material that for whatever reason nobody else needs to see, like I might as well just look at what everyone else is looking at.
I want to address this really quick.
Yeah.
Handyman is, I think, very upset about someone liking the Vision Pro. I might be projecting, I'm not sure, but he said productivity is not good, though. I don't think you can say that, because if someone's like, I'm going to measure my productivity at my desk using my laptop versus at my desk using my laptop with my Vision Pro, like, yeah, no, who cares? The thing that people are talking about is when if you're out and about, if you're on a train, if you're on a plane, if you're in an automobile, and you're able to make the screen bigger and then still use your keyboard and trackpad. I can absolutely see this being a benefit for people in scenarios. There's like no way that it isn't. That would actually be mind-blowingly ridiculous, in my opinion, if it wasn't in some scenarios. But is it a productivity boon when you're sitting at your desk? Yeah, probably not.
And it all depends on what your desk setup looks like.
Sure.
At my desk, I have a gigantic monitor already. And you know what? So back to my point where, like, I've conducted a couple of script reviews using the Vision Pro, which you remember how script review works. We pull up the script. I drive, but we have a lot of conversations about, how can we tweak this to make this the best script that we possibly can. Well, did you notice that your MacBook goes black?
Yeah.
When you
This is what I'm saying,
project?
though, where like it feels like an inappropriate scenario. Like, I just wouldn't use it then.
You can't duplicate it.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
You actually can't.
We talked about this before. You should it should absolutely default, and I think it should default every time.
Yes.
To screen completely blanked out. I don't even think
Yes.
there should be a setting to change the default, but you should be able to override it in the moment and be like, no, I want to have both of them showing.
So you know how we did script review? I had my computer in front of me, and I was using my
Did
keyboard
they just
and
have the dock
trackpad.
open on another?
And then I had a Teams call, and I was sharing the window with someone sitting next to me on their laptop. So we were essentially
man.
conducting a virtual meeting in person.
Yeah, you can carry a battery bank of some kind, or you can just plug it into your laptop.
Yeah.
I feel like people are making up shortcomings because it's really expensive, but you have to understand that it being really expensive is enough of a shortcoming.
And you have to understand that it being really expensive is a feature for certain people.
Also that. Yeah.
It is an attention getter. far more than probably any piece of technology that I have touched in the last 10 years. Like the folding phone, that's a conversation starter. Huge conversation starter. The second you walk up and unfold your phone and start doing something, people are like, whoa. Less now, but especially in the first couple of years. Sure. It was just something that people hadn't seen. And I think it was also aided by the fact that it wasn't Apple. So nobody had even seen Samsung's marketing for it. They just had no idea this was a thing that existed. This immediate attention getter. You go anywhere, you do anything with it, people are going to hate it. People are going to love it. People are going to have feelings about it. 100%. And for a lot of people, the fact that it's exclusive, the fact that it's expensive, that's a good thing.
Yeah,
that's a feature.
A lot of people like that.
That makes them stand out even more.
Look at luxury goods. It's what Apple's been trying to be luxury goods this whole time, right? So like, just look at the luxury goods space. The entire thing about it is exclusivity.
Yeah.
I have it, you don't.
It's
Therefore,
not about,
I am cool.
It's not about how many the company will sell. It's about how few of them people can afford to buy. And then like Apple's, because they're actually a technology company, a consumer electronics company, not a luxury goods company, they always get kind of torn, right? Because they create these things, but then they are subject to the same pressures as the rest of the consumer electronics industry. So the pricing does have to make its way into, somewhat affordable consumer land at some point. But this one's not there. This is very much a statement piece. I mean, it's the first new category they've actually introduced under Tim Cook's leadership, I think. Like, has he started in AirPods? I'd say AirPods are a Tim Cook era smash hit. The watch is doing okay. The watch is doing pretty solid.
Feels like it's doing better than the other watches.
But I don't think either of those are as big of a swing as this. I mean,
this is a big deal.
He said, there's 5,000 patents to bring this thing over the line or something like that. And this is something I've ended up getting into it with a couple people in the comments already, is people saying it's overpriced. It's not overpriced. Do you have any idea how much this thing costs to develop? What does overpriced mean?
This is the exact same problem with the whole streaming debate that we've had over the last little bit.
Streaming debate?
Yeah, because everyone's like, streaming, like you should pay creators more and companies should be super flush with money. And it's like, no, they're all broke. Like Twitch doesn't make any money. What was even the one Microsoft had? I don't even remember anymore.
A Mixer.
Mixer like died hard because they were like, yeah, we brought in a bunch of big streamers. People still didn't care, and it just cost us a bunch of money. Let's get rid of it. And Meta just like has been deleting like billions, have they not?
Yeah.
Trying to work on VR. They're not making money. They're not making money at all. Yeah, I don't know. It doesn't mean that it has to be like, that knowing that automatically makes it worth it for you. No, that doesn't mean that at all. But it does mean that, like, yeah, it might make sense that it's actually pretty expensive.
Yeah, I mean, it's not
BOM cost is not everything. You have to include R&D.
R&D costs money.
Yeah.
Support costs money.
Yeah.
Marketing costs money.
Paying developers to adopt their apps to this thing, which might be something that happens. I don't know. Maybe with some really major developers. Not with us.
And believe it or not, you have to pay for the marketing that makes it so more other people will buy it so that they can amortize the development costs over more units, because at the end of the day, the cost is all of the costs. It's all of them. You can't just look at BOM costs. It's not that simple. And it never will be.
Yeah.
But guess what? There's good news. If you don't like the price, you can just not buy one.
Yes, absolutely. And this is another thing that I was just going to get into. And I've talked about this a lot on WAN Show, and I'm going to bring it up again. But you should criticize things for the right reasons and not for the wrong reasons. Because when you criticize things for the wrong reasons, it makes that thing look better, not worse. It's actually super important. People screw this up all the time. It's very easy to go after things that don't matter. And then when you go after things that don't matter, the people that are trying to defend it will ham on that. And then you're not winning the game, basically.
Look.
So criticize legitimate things about it, and don't just try to make stuff up.
I know math is hard when you're an idiot, but look, if you're a broke boy, just say so. It's the Pokemon.
I know. Oh man, wow. You're not a broke boy if you can't afford a Vision Pro. Most people shouldn't just be able to like magically afford a Vision Pro. $3,500 is a lot of money, especially American. $5,000. That's roughly $5,000, right?
Chat gets
Canadian?
it, which is nice. I think it probably also helps that this is not my product, and I'm not defending it. I'm telling you guys, I can't
Yeah.
wait to stop using it.
Yeah. So this is $4,720 Canadian.
Yeah.
I know like close to no one that just has that. In
Hold
like,
on, what
I
did-
could just go randomly spend
What did you
that.
enter in the calculator?
3,500 USD to CAD.
Oh well, I mean, don't you want any storage on it?
Oh my goodness.
That's the 128 gig.
What? Really?
It comes with at 3,500 US dollars. Yeah, look at his face. At 3,500 US dollars, it comes with 128
No way.
gigabytes
Do you know how
of
much
storage.
I bought a one.
Wait,
I bought
wait,
a
hold on. People are saying
how is-
256. Hold on.
I bought
Apparently
a
it's
2
256.
terabyte
Wait,
M.2 drive, like on Tuesday or Monday
Linus, I think-
for $100.
I think Linus.
Canadian.
256. It's 256. I'm sorry.
That's still ridiculous.
That's still
But
ridiculous.
that's a lot better. I was stunned
Yeah.
that 128 could even like exist.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
256 is still bad.
That is 256 gigs. Do you want to know how much another 256 gigabytes of storage will cost you?
Did they bump you to like $4,000?
No, not quite.
Okay.
It will cost you
$3,800.
$200.
Yeah.
And another 512 will cost you another $200.
So that's how you get to your 4K. I was like, there's got to be a $4,000 device.
There's a $4,000 device.
Ah, the old Apple ladder.
Yep. So we have a video coming soon where we built a PC Pro because everyone knows the current Mac Pro is a meme. It's a Mac
Yeah.
Studio in a giant chassis for thousands of dollars more. Like it's absolutely, completely ridiculous. So we did a video building a PC Pro to compete with it, where we take the same budget and we just absolutely wreck it. Like it's not even funny. Last time we did a PC Pro, it was tough. The Mac Pro came out ahead in some cases because it was a really powerful machine and like Apple has some good software, blah, 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 right? This time around, the thing's a joke. Like you can build such an overpowered monster that it just has absolutely no chance whatsoever. And one of the problems is that the storage costs so much. Elijah and I did the math. Guess what costs more per unit weight? Apple storage, Apple NAND chips, or gold? It isn't close.
Is gold the cheapest one?
Gold is cheaper.
That's fantastic. That's a yikes. So
Yeah.
wait, sorry. So how much is the lens protector, the
So-
travel case thing?
So we grab a chunk of the gold controller that I didn't end up using because I needed an opening for wireless communication, and we like weigh it next to an SSD that's like the same capacity, and it's in the video. I think we played around with it a little bit, like we
200 USD.
like the carat of the gold that we were using what didn't match something, so we put a couple of weights under the SSD to make our point, but then we adjust, we account for it basically. But they're similar, or I shouldn't have said it wasn't close. They're similar, or the gold is cheaper. What was I going to say? There was another thing real quick here, and yeah, the gold's a better investment. Shoot, I was about to say something. I missed it. Sorry, no, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I'm trying to total together, like, if you wanted to trick yours out, because, I mean, you're spending 3,500 USD on it
yeah.
anyways.
Oh, that's right. It's a couple $100.
So, yeah, someone I haven't found this to corroborate, but somebody said, it's $38.99 to get the 1 terabyte version.
Yep, $3,900, baby.
Compared to $34.99. And then you throw on $499 US Apple Care.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you just spent $4,000 on a device. You might as well protect it.
Oh, there's a deductible, by the way, for accidental damage on this one. Apple Care is not Apple Care on this one.
And then you want to get your travel case, because the best use case scenario, as we've been saying, isn't just sitting at your desk. It's when you're out and about. So you also need the travel case, which is what, $250 USD?
Yep. Don't forget that if you have need any kind of corrective lenses, you'll need to pay extra for the corrective lens insert. So you could get to 4,000 just for the headset itself.
Okay,
if you
so
go 1 terabyte with corrective lenses.
Let's say you've got some corrective lenses, and you go for 1 terabyte, and it's $4,000. Then it's $4,750 to, honestly, like, properly set up your 1 terabyte with corrective lenses Vision Pro, because the travel case, maybe there's going to be third-party ones. Almost certainly there's going to be third-party ones that you can get. But you like should, I don't know. Yeah, maybe if AppleCare isn't as good as it normally is, maybe you should get AppleCare.
Does AppleCare all have deductibles?
Oh,
Has that always been the case? I don't think so.
I didn't think it used to.
When did that's hilarious.
I've never got AppleCare because I haven't bought any expensive Apple devices. But people that are into Apple stuff all tell me that it's really good.
Has that always been a thing? Oh, for accidental damage, there's always been a deductible. Okay, all right, that's good to know. Yeah, I've personally
accidental damage, that makes sense.
I've personally never bought AppleCare before, but it's cheaper. So only for accidental damage or loss. Okay, yep, that's good to know. Thank you very much, guys.
I also want a laptop to go with mine. I don't have a MacBook.
Oh, yeah. Okay, but that's a dangerous argument, and that's one that I strongly object to. I mean, we talked about this Dan optimistically just trying to move the show along with his little signs. We haven't even done merch messages yet, Dan. Take that away. Take that. We'll do sponsors later.
We did.
No, we didn't explain them and stuff.
Oh.
Yeah, I was just stalling for time.
Yeah.
So to bring up a previous controversy, when I talked about the PS Portal, I had people saying, well, the price is so much because to even use it, you need a PlayStation. I don't think Sony ever positioned the PS Portal as a device for people who don't already own a PlayStation. And in much the same way, I don't think Apple is positioning this device as something for people who don't already have a Mac. I don't think they are explicitly saying, unless you have a Mac, you might as well not buy it. But the fact that they have a facial scan that requires you to have a relatively recent iPhone in order to even go through the checkout, I think they've made their point clearly enough.
If you don't have a Mac and you want to jump into this ecosystem, you need corrective lenses, you want the 1 terabyte version, you're going to get the travel case, and you're going to get AppleCare.
Okay.
If all of these things line up, you're a cool $7,250 in the hole.
Yeah.
That's one heck of a trip to the Apple Store, and that's going to happen.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I guarantee it.
100%. I mean, on a payment plan, but make sure you get your Apple credit card.
Yeah.
I saw the numbers recently. The number of transactions going through on Apple's credit card are they're apparently doing okay. I think whatever bank they collaborated with wanted out of it or something. I've been sort of only barely peripherally following it, but
Interesting.
people have Apple credit cards apparently, so that's a thing. Oh, did they dissolve the credit card? Okay, there you go. Apparently it's dead. Cool.
What?
Goldman Sachs wants out. Goldman. Oh, okay. There you go.
Oh, okay, so I think they still have Apple Pay, though.
No, they definitely still have Apple Pay. Someone says, no, it's not dead. I still have one.
Yeah, it's not dead. On the Vision Pro, there's a thing, finance, Apple Card monthly payments.
Yeah, Goldman wants out, though. I guess whatever deal Apple negotiated with them is not doing it well for them. And I think Goldman also wants to go back to being more like investment bank and less like consumer business or something like that. I don't know. It was a while back.
Got it.
They're leaving retail banking entirely. They just want to deal with rich people. Yeah, fair enough. All right. I think this is the point in the show where we're supposed to explain merch messages and do a couple. The way to interact with the show is not to buy a Vision Pro. We actually get none of that. That goes all straight to Apple.
If you get one, though, you should watch the show using it.
Yeah. And then apparently you're a baller, so you should probably buy some merch.
Yeah.
So the way to interact with the show is through a merch message. All you got to do is go to lttstore.com, check out our new black 9-to-5 polo or a couple of our new graphic tees, a screwdriver, a backpack, whatever it is you're into. Hey, did I mention the LTT backpack has lots of space in the compartment of holding for your Apple Vision Pro, as well as your MacBook and your iPad and all that. So it's actually like, unironically, kind of awesome. for carrying around the Vision Pro and all the accessories that you need for it. It's got pockets for everything. We were way ahead of the curve on this one. Oh, this is even better. Check this out, Luke. Here we go. So with the Vision Pro, our cargo pants, our upcoming cargo pants, have a perfect pocket for the battery bank.
That's pretty sick.
Anyway, what was I talking about? Right, merch messages. In the cart, you will see a little box. Yes, cart, right? Checkout? Crap, I don't know, somewhere. You just go through the checkout. In the cart, you'll see a little box when we're live. You can leave a merch message. It'll go to our producer, Dan. There he is. He will either reply to it, forward it to someone who can help you, or he will curate it for me and Luke to talk about on the show. Dan, do you want to show them how it works? A couple curated ones?
Yeah, I got lots here.
Let's do it.
Yo, DLL, the hardest choice of my childhood was who to sacrifice at the end
of this
of...
one.
We did? Oh, I must have been out of the room. I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
You gotta archive them. What else?
Sorry, I forgot. I was really busy trying to
Dan say
troubleshoot
it?
something. No, I did.
Oh.
Yep, we're good.
All right.
Carry on.
This is not how it normally works. Yo, DLL, I work for an MSP doing Tier 1 and voice over IP. I love coding and automation as a hobby, but when I try to make some work-related, the higher-ups seem to kind of prefer the hard or long way around. Any suggestions?
Oh man, I'm gonna sound so jaded and cynical right now, but like, dude, yeah, man, one of the conversations that drove me out of NCIX was when I popped into the president and CEO's office, who was not Taryn, it was a different person. I had 3 bosses there, and what I've realized over the years is that in the interest of keeping them semi-anonymous, I've always just said my boss at NCIX whenever I talk about any of them. So I'll tell a story, or someone will encounter an old story that I told about my boss at NCIX and like a super stupid thing they did, and they'll be like, why'd you hire him then? Okay, there were multiple different people. So this particular boss did a lot of things right, did a lot of things like I'm about to tell you. I think my way of describing this to people at the time, when I was talking about how frustrated I was it felt like arguing with someone who was using moon logic. Because we had an issue. Some new graphics card had launched. I want to say it was 5770 or something like that. I don't know, whatever, it doesn't matter. Some AMD graphics card launched. And 570, no, I don't remember, it doesn't matter. The point is, that part number, okay, that string of digits happened to have an issue where it was extremely common in UPC codes for PCs and electronics. In particular, some graphics cards, especially XFX. So when you searched for it, you would get 1 or 2 real results that happened to be XFX Radeon cards that happened to be in the UPC code as well as in the model number and part number. And then you'd get some other random graphics cards and then a bunch of other random stuff. Because the way that our search engine worked on ncix.com, it would not prioritize product description.
This was so annoying.
Or part number over UPC.
This was so annoying.
For a partial match.
Yeah.
Because it was only a partial match of the UPC, but it was a full match of the description and also a partial match, but a more complete partial match of the part number, right? So I popped my head into the office and I was like, hey, we need to seriously, if you want to return a search result for a UPC, like by all means, someone might have a barcode scanner at a replenishment station or something, and they scan a UPC and they might expect a result. No problem, but we need to stop returning results for partial UPCs. And he grabbed something on his desk and he goes, well, what if I would want to buy one of these? And I looked at this and I typed part of it and I pressed enter. And I'm like, why the f would anyone do that?
No one on the planet. I bet you that happened less than 5 times. That one person, probably just to prove a point, did it at least once or twice, and no one else ever did it again.
And he basically goes, and I'm like, right, but no one does that. And he's like, well, how do you know? And I go, because that doesn't make any sense.
It's a human.
Nobody would ever do that.
Yeah.
Partial, product name, sure. Partial part number, I mean, God, maybe you would want to return a result for every EVGA GPU that has a lifetime warranty. So you would do a search for *-AR, which was the suffix. Like, I could come up with some conceivable reason someone might do that with a part number, maybe. With a UP-C? Are you kidding me? Absolutely not. They're unique identifiers for every product.
Yeah.
And I was basically sent out of the office and told, go put together a presentation, go do research on how everyone else's search engines work and whether they do or do not return results. So of course they don't, because it's stupid. And I have to put together like a presentation for this. I'm like, this is an utter waste of my time. Why exactly do I work here? That was one of the big pivotal moments. That and the other story that I tell all the time were like the two huge ones that I kind of went, how do I do this anymore? I can't be putting together a common sense presentation for people who are supposed to be smarter than me. So I guess what I'm trying to say is it never ends. Because when you start your own company and you have a whole bunch of people working for you, if you know anything about leadership and empowerment, you are going to empower people to do things, and they're going to do it Moon way anyway, in spite of the fact that supposedly they work for you or whatever, and you're going to have to explain it and reach a consensus, because if you just come in and be a dictator, then, well, you're just a dick. So it never ends.
You probably don't have any taters either.
No, I got lots of taters.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we've got the potato PC coming.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
Okay.
So I'm so sorry. It never ends.
Until you said that, I forgot this was even a merch message.
Yeah.
Hello, L, cool L and D. As a cybersecurity professional, I have seen people disregard security too much. What has been the worst you've seen so far? Also, remember to audit sharing links in Teams.
Well, I think when we had Justine and Wendell on the Perpetual WAN Show doc, that's the worst thing ever. That's such
Well,
a
it's the
security
worst thing we've
hole.
seen today.
What if
You guys missed the pre-show? You're telling a story that most people don't have context for.
So we figured out that iJustine and Level 1 Tech's Wendell, Justine from iJustine and Wendell from Level 1 Tech's are shared on the Perpetual WAN Show doc. And some people were like, oh my God, you have to fix that. It's a security hole. And I'm like, it doesn't matter if they change something. And then someone brought up a much more decent point, which is like, what if their account gets compromised and then someone could access this? And I'm like, yeah, it still doesn't matter. it's just a WAN show doc. We can restore it to its previous state instantaneously, and they're gonna secretly find some tech news.
Yeah,
It doesn't matter.
it should be fine.
Most egregious thing, I don't know. People take pictures of their keys and post it on social media all the time. Even techie people. It's crazy.
Okay, devil's advocate. By the time someone's at your front door, the key doesn't f***ing matter.
It still totally does.
Why?
No evidence, break and entry, stuff like that.
I mean, I feel like that's a really like CSI is real kind of answer, because realistically, every keyhole on Earth is
depends
completely
on-
scuffed anyway. You're not going to be able to look at it and be like, "Oh, it looks like somebody."
Mine's in good state.
Sure.
I don't come home drunk.
You live in an apartment building, though. I mean, come on, like. Yeah.
I think it depends on the intent of.
Did I detect some judginess? So you're saying you don't come home when you get drunk? Is that?
Oh my goodness. No, I think it depends on the
Self-outed.
intent on the person who's trying to get into your house.
Sure.
If they're attempting something violent, like, yeah, it doesn't make a difference. You're going to break the door down. If they're attempting to steal all your stuff, yeah, it probably doesn't make a difference. But if they're trying something sneaky deaky like, then
Planting a tracker or a microphone
or a
in your house.
camera or whatever else, yeah.
Okay, but then, let's come back to, if somebody wanted to do that badly enough, what is actually probably easier? Social engineering,
I
or
would
like,
also think,
or like just casually like reverse pickpocketing, whatever that's called, where they just like drop something in your purse or in your pocket.
I don't know the name of it either.
Or I mean, realistically, in this day and age, Couldn't they
other ways
just
to do it.
couldn't they just grab a drone
I
and
think
drop a
there's-
microphone down your chimney? Like honestly though, seriously though,
How
there's.
do people have open chimneys?
I mean, it's a thing.
Okay.
It's totally a thing.
All right.
You wouldn't even have to put it down the chimney. I mean, there's listening devices that you can get at freaking the Spy Store on Broadway that you could just aim at someone's house and basically hear anything anyone's saying in there. Like, it's
Yeah,
just.
it does get pretty brutal. I think that the picture of the key is an active motivator.
So you're saying it's kind of like opening the door?
Yes. You're going like, oh, here's something you could do. You could 3D print this and break it in my house. Ha 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 ha. And I think people will do it because of that.
Yeah, but if they have a malicious intent.
I think that will like genuinely give people malicious
Luke, it's,
intent.
I don't know, man. It's less work to get a gun in many states than it is to go 3D print a key. If you don't know anything about 3D printing.
For some people, it's going to be less work to get a gun.
And if you
here.
do know a lot about 3D printing, then you could just 3D print a gun. Like, that's my point, is I don't think that this barrier
you
of
still
this
have to acquire ammunition.
of this lock is, I don't think it's particularly meameningful.
Yeah, especially when you have Windows. I just like
Yeah. If you had a Mac, on the other hand, you'd be fine. But everyone,
it's sad though.
It's covered in cables.
You can just cut a key once you have the picture. That's my whole point.
yeah, that's what Luke is saying. I'm just saying it doesn't really matter, because if you wanted to get through someone's door, like, lockpicking kits are legal and practically free.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I kind of want to learn
One
how to
is
do it just for
binding.
fun.
I have all the stuff.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
I have a range of practice locks. I
I'm
have
sure you do.
whatever picks you'd want to use.
Nothing
turning
you're saying.
tools.
Nothing you're saying surprises me at all, Luke.
So yeah, no problem. Whenever you want to figure it out.
Yeah, for sure.
Dan,
Dan, do you want to give us one more?
Sure. Should come to our team building exercise. That'd be fun.
we did that.
You guys did lockpicking?
Yeah, we did. So
I buried held the shovel.
Buried the shovel.
we do. Ours are skills themed. So we hang out in the workshop.
Okay.
And people bring in different projects that they might have, or
Okay.
or things that they could teach each other, and we just do that.
Sure.
We do those things. So Dan was like painting something,
I got a high-end airbrush for the first time.
and Sean and I were working on lockpicking. And
Cool.
next time Sean wants to do something with Lego, and I'm probably going to build one of Tainan's CO2 sensors, and
Very good.
Yeah, I'll teach you how to solder properly.
that would be sweet.
That'd be
yeah.
sick.
I've done it before, but I'm almost certainly terrible.
Soldering?
So I
Yeah,
would-
you're terrible.
Yeah, I
You're
would like
worse than
to-
me, and I'm terrible.
Yeah,
I make you good one evening. Is good, great. Yeah.
yeah, it would be nice to learn. Yes.
Hello.dll. It was brought up in a pre-show, but why does LMG utilize Microsoft's business ecosystem, not Google's? Where's Apple in this market? How would it be different? I think
Wow.
I kind of wanted the end of this. Like, how would Apple's business
I don't
eco?
think. I don't think that we could have scripted this any better. Good job, Dan. That was the perfect merch message to finish up our conversation about Apple. So first, I guess Luke should go on his thing for anyone who wasn't on the pre-show, talking about why exactly it is that we subscribe to 3 different business ecosystems and pay for all of that.
Yeah, so this was a long rant that I went on in the pre-show. So if you're subscribed to Flowplane or there's other routes to get it, but I don't have to tell you. You can just find it on Twitch. Wait, no, there's no VOD on Twitch, right? Yeah, get wrecked.
Go on Floatplane.
But essentially, the short form is that Microsoft covers everything in the workspace, more or less, but it kind of has like B-tier versions of all of it for the most part. Some of them are the best. I will give them that. But for a lot of it, it's mostly like B, C-tier versions of it. I don't think Teams is the best team communication app. I think Slack leaves a lot to be desired, but I think it's better than Teams. I don't think OneDrive is the best like company drive app. Does SharePoint exist? I know. I think Google Drive is easier to use. I also think that the OneDrive like apps, like the web versions of like Word and Excel and stuff like that, are not as good as like Google Docs, Google Sheets, stuff like that.
Google
I find
Docs
them easier to work
collaboration
with.
has gotten really good
It's
in the last.
very, very
Yeah,
good.
I can't find anything in my drive,
No.
but once I find it, man, can I ever collaborate
Oh
on
yeah,
it.
yeah. So like, if you want the best collaborative Word doc editing, you want G Suite. And it's probably going to cost you more in like annoyance dealing with Microsoft Word Online, whatever OneDrive stuff, than it would be to have G Suite. So then you just have G Suite. But then we have all three of them situation is we don't have Slack for the whole company. We just have Slack for the developers. And then Teams is for the rest of the company, because Teams is just getting the entire Microsoft suite is like cheaper than getting Slack, basically. So we have Microsoft for the rest of it, because we get Teams and we also get, you know, local apps for like Word and Excel and stuff. And there's people on the team that absolutely need the massive powerhouse that is local Excel. And there's some other good things in the Microsoft 365 business license. So we have that. And then for developers, we also have Slack, and the whole thing is just ridiculous and it's very annoying. If Google could figure it out and start making things that they don't abandon, and could actually make a business chat app, which I have no idea, and I even know people that work there, and I haven't asked any of them. I bet you they have their own internal system for communications, and they just like don't share it with other people. I bet you that's a thing. They have so many internal tools, it's insane. I bet you they have a chat one, and I wish they would just include it with Google Workspace, because Google Chat is not acceptable. There's a reason why like basically no one uses it. Because it's not acceptable. Ridiculous.
Man, it's been so annoying the way they've been like kind of shoving it down my throat. Like anytime I want to share something on Android, I click on Gmail.
No.
It's like, do you want to use chat? No, I don't want to use chat.
No.
You guys told me you told me you were going to deprecate this like 8 times.
Yeah.
And so I switched off of it.
Yeah.
We used Hangouts.
Yes. As a company, we used Hangouts, and it was like kind of weird, but it worked.
Well, the best thing about it was that when you searched, it searched everything.
Yes.
It searched your Drive, your email, and your chats. And so once we switched off of it, we kind of adapted to the inconvenience of having to search, you know, these various places. And now there's no way that we'd go back to it, because apparently they do use Google Chat, says Karate Swan.
Yeah, there's going to be some people, but it's like...
They almost, like the developers almost certainly would use like Slack or something, right?
I haven't used Google Chat in a long time, but I strongly believe so, yeah.
I mean, who knows? Google Meet is like excellent.
Google Meet is great.
Just works. I mean, I don't know what version of it I'm using, but it seems to be mostly good.
We have switched to using Teams for all of our meetings, because the calendar invites were getting confusing for people, and people wanted to use Teams because they're saying that the transcription is better and stuff. I haven't tested them against each other. I will say, having switched to using Teams for meetings more often, it is definitely clunkier overall than Meet. It might still be worth using for a variety of reasons. I'm not sure. I don't know. But yeah.
So here's why I wanted to talk about this. One of the realizations that I've had in my admittedly limited time with the Apple Vision Pro so far is that Apple needs to figure out what the heck they want to do. They're a hardware company, they're a services company, but they don't want to build their services to the point where it compromises their ability to be a hardware company, but they're clearly making a transition. And the thing that made this stand out to me was in the Apple marketing for the Vision Pro. I keep coming back to this. They've got that lady that's packing for a trip, right? And she gets a call on FaceTime, and the whole thing is so seamless and so cool. And it's like, right. But there is one person in my entire life who uses FaceTime. Absolutely every single other person that I interact with is via WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, Microsoft Teams, Discord, quite literally anything other than FaceTime. And so what I realized as I was sitting in the Apple Vision Pro thinking about how on earth I interact with anybody outside of this thing was Apple's gonna have to decide at some point, are they actually, because this is not a consumer product. It is, but it also...
The second you go to that price point...
It also isn't.
Yeah.
This is a professional tier product. I mean, it has pro right in the name, which admittedly is pretty meaningless at this point, especially for Apple.
But it really is.
But it really is most useful for me so far as a productivity tool, or at least I can see the most clear path to using it every day at work. Not Not in my leisure time. And what I realized was the biggest thing holding back Apple is the Apple ecosystem, which is sort of an ironic thing to say. But imagine for a
I don't
second.
know if it's true.
Imagine for a second
I don't know if you're
if FaceTime was cross-platform. Would that make a difference to your willingness to use this for work every day? If people could just call you via like corporate comms, I mean, FaceTime,
but it can just call you with Teams.
maybe, as long as there's a Teams app and as long as it's not a
Didn't you say
steaming
you were
pile of
using
garbage.
Teams?
I was using Teams on my laptop. So I was using Teams on my laptop and projecting my laptop screen to someone else while also projecting it in front of my MacBook. It's super clunky. No, it's awful.
I see.
It's a terrible experience. But if I could just, with how seamless FaceTime is, just have, people on my call stack up and the whole thing just worked, man, that would be amazing. All of a sudden I'd be like, okay, let's all just get MacBooks. Not quite. We're talking a few generations into this thing. But I think and you know what, there's going to be a lot of people who don't agree.
Yeah, I think, have you tried to invite someone who doesn't have an Apple device to FaceTime you? No, you can invite anyone to join you in a FaceTime call, even people who don't have an Apple device.
Yes.
They can join you in a one-on-one and group FaceTime calls from their browser.
Sure.
No login is necessary. They need to have the latest version of either Chrome or Edge.
So tell me something. Would you roll out Slack if that was how it worked? If you could invite people, but they couldn't call you. Come on.
Oh, I see. So that's how it would have to work. Okay.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying is,
Yeah,
I think
that's lame.
I think there's an opportunity there though, because nobody hates FaceTime. Nobody hates iMessage.
Yep.
This is clearly a piece of hardware that could be just awesome for that kind of use.
I think there
I
are
would
plenty of
want-
workspaces that just only have Macs, though.
Sure there are.
Yeah.
But what about all of the other ones?
Yeah.
I don't know. I would seriously consider paying Apple as a services company, even though I don't necessarily have a ton of interest in deploying their hardware.
We already do, which is sick.
But would you consider FaceTime, iMessage, if
I
they had a
have
little bit of
genuinely zero experience with iMessage. I have never used it.
It's fine. The way that it
Would
handles
it be fine for corporate communications?
it would be
Is there
fine.
channels and stuff?
The way it handles group chats is pretty good. There's definitely some things that it would need.
Oh, just even mentioning group chats, you're just triggering me about how frustrating Teams is to use. We have this infrastructure call that we do every Monday and Thursday at 11, whatever, doesn't matter. Myself and Sean, we can't join it. It'll show up, AJ will start the call. It'll show up and say the call has ended. And there isn't even an option to join. Slack, sometimes there might be some problem with the notification or whatever, but you can just click the join button anyways, the huddle button. And even if there's nothing there, it shows that no one's in the call. It'll put you in the call and then it'll detect all the people. So you can force your way in, even if it's acting weird. But for Teams, you just can't join. So you have to completely close Teams and load it again for it to work. I hate how communicating in Teams within Teams, another very annoying naming thing, but in the Teams side, it's very frustrating. So almost all communication that I end up having ends up happening in group chats anyways. It's what's the point? I don't know. Teams is very frustrating.
I don't know. It was kind of a random thought that I had. I haven't articulated it particularly well. I think Apple's standing in their own way by tying their software to their hardware.
I also think, though, that one of the reasons why they have so many diehard users that are going to buy stuff like this is because they have this walled ecosystem.
Sure, but they could also have the experience be enhanced by their own hardware. They could create extra value for their users through their hardware.
Discord is not an acceptable solution for people that keep
rather than have a gun to their user's head, buy our hardware or you get nothing. It's just,
Yeah.
it's a very, very different philosophy. It's a very different approach. And I think that it's one that requires some serious thought over there. Do we want to be a hardware company forever, or do we want to be a solutions provider? Microsoft is growing like crazy right now.
Oh yeah, Microsoft is absolutely winning.
It's
Absolutely
freaking
winning.
wild.
In like everything they're doing, basically, except maybe Xbox.
Even Xbox, I think they're playing a pretty long game here.
Yeah.
Like all the acquisition stuff. Apparently they're in hot water right now over how many Activision Blizzard people were let go after the acquisition. I mean, obviously they were going to do that, but I guess they were like...
They said it was already planned.
They were
And
like,
honestly,
no,
a lot
no.
of those IPs have been floundering pretty hard for a long time, so it's not too surprising. I kind of buy it to a certain degree. Why is Discord not acceptable?
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Do you want to be here all night, guys? Just ignore
Don't
the mess.
ask them that.
I'm asking you that.
No. All right, Luke.
It's just not okay. There are things that Discord does extremely well, and this is one of the reasons why I'm so frustrated about how expensive Slack is, because Slack has a lot of the same features, but is really expensive, and Discord's free. But the calling on Discord is fantastic. The channel organization is honestly really good. How permissions are handled,
Awful.
Everything you've said so far is arguments for it. I say we switch.
you know what? Sure. Let's do it. No, it's a terrible idea. How permissions are handled, I understand it's very convoluted, but it's really powerful. And considering in Slack, something that you would hate about Slack so much, Slack is entirely voluntary with how you join channels for the most part. So you can put people in groups, which is terribly handled, but you can put people in groups to give them default channels, but they can just join any open channel that they want, and anyone can make a channel. So
You can't make it so people can't make channels?
that might be a permission. I don't know. I haven't looked
Okay,
into it in forever.
okay, because if you just have like a bazillion private random channels.
No, but the main way that this manifests in a bad way is that organization of those channels is on the user. There you go. The other ones, like people are saying you can, sure, whatever, cool, that's fine. That part I don't actually care about. The part that I actually care about is that the organization of it is on the user.
Users
which is
cannot be trusted to do that.
insane, and I pretty much guarantee like no one has really done it. I've done it to a certain degree, but I'm sure mine could be better. I would care a lot more about doing it really well if I knew it would positively impact other people on the team as well, whatever. Anyways, Discord does that extremely well. There's a lot of things that it does really well. Its authentication and sign into the server is like not cool on a company level. It's like there's a lot of different things about how you use it and how it flows.
This all sounds
that
like
are
vague posty nonsense.
Really designed around very social, gamery type of communication and not very business communication. There's too much stuff that is very informal. There's... How do we keep people from joining like weird servers? How do you audit things? You can't audit anything, like at all. The user control for it is like really not great because it's designed for these open networks of people. Like it's not designed for company stuff. It's really good. It would probably be the best one if it was corporate focused, or if they had a corporate focused mode. I honestly believe that Discord could be the best company communication.
Right.
Because the fundamentals are really, really strong, but then they just don't have some of the businessy things. Like, can we have single sign-on with Microsoft or Google so that everyone can have one unified login? No. That's actually very, very important for a lot of businesses. So there are businesses out there that will not use a service unless it has SSO.
Which is
It's
fair.
just straight up a thing.
Yep. Like
So-
managing credentials across dumb users is such a nightmare.
Yeah. Like it actually totally, yeah, people in chat are saying like my company's one of them, SSO is huge. Yeah, so like not having these fairly fundamental, extremely corporate businessy things, which it doesn't need at all for what its actual main goal is as a piece of software, but not having them makes it not really work for businesses very well.
Right.
Yeah. There you go.
Good job.
I'll
What are
end
we
it
supposed to be doing right now, Dan? Oh, cool. Okay. Well, the show is brought to you today by Grammarly. Wait, really? Oh, okay. Sure. You probably already know about or have been using Grammarly, our sponsor today. It's a free app to help your writing in loads of different ways. Besides grammar and spell checking, this is terrible, checking, now Grammarly offers generative AI assistance, aiding us in brainstorming, outlining, revising, and perfecting our content. To access Grammarly's advanced AI features, all you need to do is click on Grammarly's logo. If you ever get stuck while writing, Grammarly can help you get started with ideas, outlines, and even tips. Have no time to read a long essay email? Grammarly's reply feature helps summarize emails and suggests responses for more efficient inbox management. You can also use the rewrite feature to paraphrase and keep tweaking until you're satisfied. And Grammarly's been around for 14 years, so you know you can trust them, bro. That is actually in my talking points. Your data is private and secure, and they do not sell your data to third parties. Sign up and download for free at Grammarly.com/WANShow02. That's Grammarly.com/WANShow02, and you can get 20% off Grammarly Premium if you want extra features. The show is also brought to you by HE1. Are you sitting at home watching WAN Show with unhealthy food in your hands right now? Oh boy, this is not a question we should have asked. Drop that pizza and let AG1 help you fill in some of those nutritional blind spots. One scoop of AG1 has 75 different vitamins, minerals, and antioxidants. It's made to promote gut health, to promote gut health, focus, energy, and immune defense. Luke, Dennis, a few other members here at LMG have tried or even use AG1 daily. Dennis says he drinks it first thing in the morning instead of coffee. Is that what? Oh wow, that's Dennis's house. Okay,
Why
really?
would you replace coffee?
Did he put that?
There's no caffeine in it.
That's Dennis's place, right?
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. Doesn't matter. The point is, he says it tastes like vanilla and pineapple and is quite easy to drink. Because of its convenience, he finds himself taking it more regularly than many other vitamins. Plus, AG1 might save you a few dollars compared to purchasing all the different vitamins separately. They have over 37,000 five-star reviews, and their customers really love their 90-day money-back guarantee. So try AG1 and you can get a free 1-year supply of vitamin D3 plus K2 and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/WANShow. Go check it out now at the link in the video description. Finally, our show is brought to you by UPDF. They're here to give a boost to those annoying PDF files. I can't think of a bigger love-hate relationship than my sanity and PDF files. Before I understood them better, I was like, why do they exist? Like, that was honestly what I would think.
I still don't understand.
Every single time anyone said, no, there's reasons.
Why?
Very good reason.
Why? We'll talk about it later.
Yeah, okay. The point is, PDFs are not the easiest thing to make changes to, which is like part of it. UPDF is a simple AI PDF solution for all your needs. With its clean UI, it's super easy to navigate and get work done. It can handle PDFs across all platforms, Windows, Mac, iOS, and Android. Oh, there was one critical one missing there, but anyway. All you need is one UPDF account for up to 4 devices, and not only can you edit text with UPDF, you can also modify images, watermarks, links, backgrounds, headers, footers, and more. It makes it so simple, you don't have to hate PDF files anymore. You can even merge or split PDFs for convenient editing, plus their AI features can help improve your work efficiency. You can summarize, translate, explain, rewrite, and ideate your documents all in UPDF. It even comes with cloud storage. And you can save 61% on UPDF Pro plus UPDF AI right now by checking them out at the link down below. 61%, what a random discount quantity.
Yeah, so I don't get it.
61%?
No, not that.
Well, the kind of
uneditability is like, there's so many ways around that. So many ways.
Luke, sometimes things weren't made for you. Did you ever stop to consider that?
No, everything
Luke,
should be made for me.
It's like a zip file, but if it was a Word document.
Yeah.
Why is that helpful?
Because it has a picture in it, and you can look at the picture, but it's a Word document and not a zip file.
Yeah.
It's like I want to share a lossless image.
It's like a printer.
Yeah.
It's a digital printer. There.
There,
Okay.
there you go.
All right.
Yeah.
And it's like, just like a printer, it's but it's
I
digital.
think they're massively overused. I think people using them in the name of security are massively overestimating the amount of security. And I think as humans do, they'll be like, ah, yes, I use thing for security, therefore thing secure, right? And it ends up just being security theater.
Elijah's all concerned that UPDF isn't going to sponsor us anymore because Luke's ripping into PDFs. No. His attitude towards PDFs is
It's why they
exactly
exist.
why they exist.
Yeah.
Because dealing with PDFs sucks.
Yeah. No, I've heard great things about UPDF. The sponsor segment is done, and he does the readings anyways, so I don't need to say this.
Luke gets paid the same regardless.
100%. But I've heard great things about them. They're such a pain.
All right. What do you want to talk about? How about Canada banning the flipper?
Sure.
Canadian Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, François-Philippe Champagne, announced a
Beautiful.
ban on consumer hacking devices, including the Flipper Zero, in response to concerns over car theft. The ban is likely in response to recent online videos purporting to show cars being stolen using flippers and similar devices. However, it's worth noting that these videos are often staged to get views.
Yeah.
According to the maker of the Flipper Zero, the device can't be used to hijack cars produced after the 1990s
Yeah.
because their security systems have rolling codes that can only be used once. A wannabe thief would not only need to be close enough to the fob to capture the code, they would also have to block the code from reaching the car because it would immediately expire. The Flipper Zero lacks the hardware capacity to block such a signal. Notoriously, young car thieves, known as the Kia Boys, were able to steal cars using information found in viral videos because some U.S. manufacturers didn't install standard anti-theft immobilization devices, and thus their cars could be started with a USB cord or a screwdriver, but that is nothing to do with the Flipper Zero.
Yeah. Canada likes to do this. We just like ban stuff because something happened, and it's often the wrong thing. It's like if I pushed Linus and Linus was like, Dan is banned. Like, what?
Finally.
Well,
Finally.
Okay, I don't think it's quite like that.
When
but
was I going to get canceled?
the point is that our politicians are just like your politicians.
Yeah.
Unqualified,
Yeah.
unsupervised.
Yeah. It's basically the same everywhere.
Yep. This is our Minister of Innovation, Science, and Industry. And look, it's not like I don't understand why we might have, a discomfort with devices that market themselves as hacking devices.
Sure.
I mean, I think hacking has a pretty negative connotation, and if, Flipper wanted to not be banned, they would have been wise to stay more underground and more, only for people in the know. But obviously, they sell a lot more Flipper Zeros this way, so it's a balancing act. And clearly, their notoriety has gotten too great, and someone had to do something. Please think of the children. But on the other hand, you've got to understand what you're doing when you're the Minister of Innovation, Science, and Industry. You just banned a computer.
Yeah. Yeah. Like, actually. Especially because doesn't the wording get, like, super rough, too? It's, like, electronic device with, like, wireless signals or something? Like, isn't it, like, every cell phone ever?
Like, at that point, any Android phone that you can
Yeah.
install side-loaded apps on
Yeah.
is a hacking device. What the f*** are
You
you
better
talking
not
about?
have a laptop with Linux installed. How could you?
Ban Arch.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I think it's still legal for me to have mine, but it's not legal to sell, buy, or use them. So I can no longer use my Flipper Zero,
You just have the device, put it on a shelf,
even though I could
put it in a little case.
even though I could literally do anything that I could do with a Flipper Zero with something else.
If someone gets arrested just for having Kali Linux installed on their laptop, like, do we protest?
What I
So what do we do?
suspect is this is the kind of thing where they've made it illegal so that if the cops
You can
catch
tag
someone-
another thing on.
catch someone doing something nefarious with it, it's really quick and easy for them to take it and prosecute it. I think that there's a lot of plausible deniability in the kind of pranks that people are pulling with Flipper Zeros. You know, you're walking past Teslas, popping open charging covers. It's like, I don't know, that could have been caused by anything. You know, whereas now they can just take it. So I do understand the convenience, but I also think that there's a lot of potential for overreach. If I'm walking around with a Raspberry
Absolutely.
Pi plugged into a battery bank in my pocket, do they take that?
If I remember correctly, under the way that the law is written, like they totally could. They could also just take your phone and anything else. I need to look it up.
Like,
but
what about pen testing? Can I get a license to carry one?
yeah, it's actually very likely that Canada in general is just going to become less secure because of this. And informed actors are always going to have a way to get the thing that they want.
Well,
So
yeah, I mean,
if
it's not freaking hard.
Yeah.
You can buy freaking cell phone jammers on AliExpress. They're just openly available.
Yeah.
They're very illegal to buy and own and blah 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 blah. It's not like you can't get them. It's not like I can't get firecrackers in Canada. Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Like, oh no, what is Jake talking about? Disclaimer: very illegal. What is he talking about? Oh, he's probably just talking about jammers. Yeah. Jake, I know. I'm gonna tell them it's illegal. I know they're illegal.
Yeah.
The
But they're
point
very
is,
easy to get.
The point is, if I wanted one, if I wanted nighttime at our house to mean cell phones off, nighttime, don't use your cell phone, then I could do that. I would get a call.
That's illegal.
I mean, once I turned it off, I
You
would
could
get
also
a call.
make one. What are they gonna do? Like ban soldering irons?
My phone's flipping hot, and my battery just died.
Whew.
Yeah,
It's doing something.
yeah, it was doing something anyway. Whatever it was. I was probably trying to get a signal from the jammer that Dan turned on, or maybe he was using a Flipper Zero to hack my phone. I don't really know what else to say about this other than this is spectacularly stupid. It does absolutely
Clearly
nothing
misinformed.
to address the problem. You need to actually find the problem. The problem is that device security is not being taken seriously enough by the companies that make them. That is the problem. If you wanted to ban
100%.
any device that doesn't support rolling codes or a certain level of encryption or whatever feature it is that we all use devices like the Flipper Zero to identify things that work versus things that are vulnerabilities. Like if you wanted to ban anything that doesn't meet a certain standard for security,
Sure. Yeah, I'd be totally down with
I get
that.
behind that.
100%.
But this is like, man, I don't even know what to compare this to. This is
It's just dumb.
it's
It's just
like banning
100%
hammers.
not going to solve the problem. Yeah.
It's like banning hammers because somebody used them to break into a house. Like, no, hammers have lots of legitimate uses. And the fact that someone can use it to break into a house doesn't mean that they couldn't just use a mallet next time. Like, there's no point banning the hammer.
Yeah.
We still need to drive nails. And they could just use a chainsaw. It doesn't matter. They could throw anything through a window.
Yeah. Ban rocks. No rocks allowed. Excavate the whole country.
Yeah, so anyway, I know that our poor friends in America, probably feel like punching bags. The number of times we've talked about American politicians and how spectacularly stupid they are on this show.
Oh, there's so many dumb Canadian things.
But guys, we patriotically criticize our country too. Don't worry, we
Yeah.
are just as
It's
stupid
just less
as you.
interesting most of the time.
Yeah, EU though, Chads.
Doing good.
I mean, they do bad stuff too.
Apparently, Flipper Zero is banned in. I know they're not part of the EU anymore, but they're in Europe. Apparently, Flipper Zero is banned in the UK.
Okay, yeah, but like the UK has made one terrible decision after another
Yeah.
for quite a period of time.
Yeah.
I mean, when was the last time that the sun didn't set on the British Empire? How's that going for you guys? And that's how wars are started.
Right. Oh man. Yeah, I don't know. This is just ridiculous. Anyone that actually wants to use them for nefarious things will still be able to get or make them, no problem, even with them banned. That's been proved with things forever drugs, alcohol, guns, whatever you want to ban, whatever you want to modulate, however you want to do it, people that want it are still going to get it. If you were going to use this to steal a car, you were already committing Grand Theft Auto. I don't think you really care about, I happen to have electronic device law. So yeah, way to go. You're just hurting people that are curious about technology and not accomplishing anything. Do we have better news? Is there good news?
I don't know, maybe. Oh, well, not that.
Sony back button?
Oh yeah, correction from last week. I criticized Sony for not having the ability to move the back button on their Android skin to the right side like Samsung. This doesn't appear to be entirely Sony's fault, although they could definitely fix it if they really wanted to. As pointed out by Michal Rahman, it appears that Sony engineers submitted a change that would add support for swapping the recent and back button positions to the Android open source project in January 2023. It just hasn't been done. But Sony could also do it themselves. So correction, it's not in the AOSP, but not correction, Sony, I will not use your phones until you deal with this, and I don't care whose fault it is. It's not on your phone.
Another correction, apparently the person who said it earlier was incorrect. It is not banned in the UK. It was just confiscated at an airport, which is a completely different thing.
And there's some debate over whether it might be illegal.
Oh.
Like, I found a thing. There's some debate over whether it might be illegal because it might just fall under like things that were already illegal,
Some
but
other
it seems to
category.
be in a gray area.
Got it. Makes sense.
This is great, by the way.
That's awesome.
Anywho,
Let's go. I don't know how to play guitar at all, but yeah.
what else do you want to talk about? Oh my God, everything's wow. Why is it all terrible news this week? Oh, the Florida Senate might be booting kids off social media. Speaking of American politicians and being
Base.
stupid, this is like not stupid.
Yeah.
Actually.
I actually am completely down with this. And I understand there's people that will aggressively disagree with me, but I'm down. Yeah.
The Florida Senate has taken up a bill for discussion that would ban all children under the age of 16 from social media on the
Sick.
grounds that it has addictive features similar to gambling.
Absolutely.
That are damaging to children's mental health.
Extremely, actually.
How is this Florida?
So sick.
The bill doesn't specify any social media platform, but any platform that tracks user activity, allows user-generated content, and uses potentially addictive features such as infinite scrolling would be required to enact third-party age verification. I knew they were going to f up.
Yep. There it is.
Dang it, Florida!
I didn't read deeply into the thing.
All right.
And a swing and a miss.
Florida's House has already passed a similar bill with overwhelming support. If supported by the Senate, it would still require a vote from Florida's governor, who has expressed some concern that the bill is overly broad. Some critics have suggested that requiring ID in order to participate in social media might be a freedom of speech issue.
You think? What a womp womp, dude. I was so excited about this.
Yeah.
I was genuinely on board. I wasn't making that up. I just
Me
hadn't
neither.
read that line.
Me neither.
Oh, man.
Yeah, that was really close to being not completely Florida'd. But then they Florida'd it up. According to a modder by the name of eMoose, NVIDIA has been working on extending its RTX Video HDR feature to also convert SDR games to HDR in real time. eMoose has created and published a mod to enable this in-progress feature, though only on Windows 11. Even as a still in-progress feature, this gaming HDR converter reportedly creates better visuals in some cases than Windows 11's Auto HDR. That's about all I have to say about that. I just thought that was really cool. It's on Nexus Mods, and if you want to check it out, I still haven't tried the HDR video auto converter, but I really want to. I just haven't gotten around to it. Dude, I've been so busy. We did an AMD Ultimate Tech upgrade yesterday that went for somewhere between 10 and 11 hours. Guess who it was for? I'll just tell you.
Bell?
Kyle from Creator Warehouse Engineering.
Oh.
He has been working on this video since before it was AMD Ultimate Tech Upgrade. And it's basically 3 hours. Sorry, 3 hours. It's basically 10 hours of me, Elijah, and Kyle trying not to kill each other. It's going to be great. I feel like this is going to be one of those things. Like, man, we have had some absolute banger float plane exclusives lately, If you are not on float plane, I'm sorry.
It's been really good.
I'm sorry to hear that.
It's been really,
It's
really
not for
good.
everyone. It's extra money at a time when, hey, not everybody has extra
Things
money
are
kicking
pretty
around.
tight.
Things are tight for a lot of people, but dude, we've got extras from Linus's Kids Build Luke a Computer. We've got extras from the Medi collab. We've got we've got the CEO interview with Taryn. That's an hour and a half long. Dude, we've got some stuff. We've got a lot of really great behind the scenes. It's been a riot lately, and I feel like that video alone is gonna have extras like probably on the level of the Call Me Chris collab build.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's
Wow.
it's hilarious. We're gonna have to cut some stuff because there's definitely some stuff that's gonna need to be cut. But Kyle's hilarious, as you probably know. Elijah's hilarious, as you probably know.
Yep.
And I'm all right.
Pretty funny.
I think I can be pretty funny.
Pretty funny guy.
I actually had one of what I think is my best on-camera jokes. I'm not going to spoil it, but
I'll watch for it. I like the tech upgrades. I watch pretty much all of them.
I destroyed Elijah. Destroyed him. He couldn't even talk.
You tell him to do a backflip?
No, absolutely not at work. Man. Oh, man. Okay, this one's worth recounting. I actually had one of my best in a meeting jokes this week, too. I was on fire earlier this week. I've slowed down a little bit. I'm really tired from that tech upgrade. But we were having a meeting about data visualizations for power supply related content for Short Circuit and for the lab's website, because power supply testing is one of the ones that we're going to be ready to roll out in volume soonest.
Yeah.
Compared to all the other categories. And Lucas from the lab basically had so Lucas and Sammy put together this visualization that was supposed to characterize for the viewer a brownout and the drop in voltages and recovery of their rail voltages of the 12 volt, 5 volt, 3.3 volt, and USB something, some fourth rail. And basically the idea is that within the ATX specification, you're supposed to be able to lose power for a very, very short period of time, like a dozen or so milliseconds, or a couple dozen milliseconds. I forget exactly what it is. It's a very, very short period of time, a few tens of thousandths of a second, and the system should recover without actually losing power. As long as those rails bounce back fast enough, your computer will not actually lose power in the event of a brownout. So he had the incoming AC represented like this, and then it goes like this, and then it comes back. And then during that brownout phase, we had like a highlighted section, and then you see all the other rails go down and then come back, and it had lines all over it, pretty much. We had kind of gone through all the other visualizations in the meeting pretty quickly, and we were stuck on this one for probably somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes. And one of the things that we were really stuck on was how to symbolize a brownout in a way that might declutter the graph. And Taryn and I kind of disagreed on what we thought was a good approach for this. And at the end of it, like, we were basically getting to the end of our time, and there were a couple more things that we needed to talk about. I'm like, look, here's the situation. I know that this is very clear and very easy to understand for Lucas, and honestly for Sammy for that matter, because even if she doesn't know everything about electrical engineering and electronics engineering, because that's not her field, she does know a lot about data visualization. So for you, the labs folks, this is probably crystal clear. But between me and Taryn, we have over 35 years of experience in this industry. We're pretty technical, we're enthusiasts, we're passionate, we read a lot of articles. We are not able to fully understand it and are not able to agree on what the best way to visualize this is, and that's probably a bad sign.
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. So I think I just about killed Gary. He didn't laugh, he just looked like he was going to die. Anyway, I was very proud. I was like so proud of myself. I was too proud of myself. Dan's dead.
Is he even here?
Yeah, he's here. Too proud of myself. Anyway, I was very proud. I was like so proud of myself. I was too proud of myself. Dan's dead.
Is he even here?
Yeah, he's here. Yeah, he's here. He's just, he doesn't want to talk anymore. Anyway, I'm very happy.
Oh, that's rough.
Yeah, that was, Look, guys, if you were there, it was very funny. Because it's a bad sign. Just got to get it off the graph. It's too hard to understand.
It would be more top of mind when you're in that meeting, too.
Oh, yeah.
Like, if
yeah,
it took you a
100%.
sec to get it, it would probably, yeah.
Yeah, sine wave. Sine wave.
Yeah.
Anyway, death by smugness. Look, okay, I have to do so many meetings, you guys.
It's, yeah.
Like, if I...
The meetings are getting a little much. Like, I'm just basically in meetings.
If I can't have fun... Man, I gotta... Man, I gotta make my jokes. I gotta have my fun. Like, managing a business, and like, yes, I have a lot of people to help me manage the business, but it's not like I don't still have to do things.
Something I think
I
we need to
gotta
do
have my fun, okay?
a little better as an organization, and I'm working on this with the ones that I run as well, is having laid out objectives before the call, and then when you complete them, ending the call.
Immediately.
Yeah.
There's a lot of like, yeah, this has been a good conversation.
Is there anything else anyone needs to
I'm gonna start
bring
having
up?
a counter for how many times I hear that asked. Yeah, does anyone else have anything to... And then it just doesn't end. Nobody says anything, but then the
Everyone
meeting
just
doesn't
sits
end.
there, and then you're like,
Yeah.
It's like, man.
I
No.
I haven't been doing it consistently, but I've done it a couple times in the last couple weeks where I'm just like, okay, well, if no one needs me, bye. And I just leave.
If it's really important, they'll message you. You can join again.
When it's pretty obvious that the message is over, or
Yeah.
the message that the call is over.
Yeah. Non-agenda meetings, I think, is like super not the way.
Okay,
I'm
here's
working on
one
ending that.
that I'm not 100% sure how you're going to react to.
Oh boy.
Google has blocked side loading in Singapore of certain apps. So as part of a crackdown on financial scams, Google will be preventing Singaporean users from sideloading some apps. Allegedly, these apps misuse Android permissions in order to intercept one-time passwords that a user receives via notification or text. According to Google, over 95% of these apps were installed through sideloading. Now, when a user attempts to install one of these apps, they will instead receive a pop-up that says, "This app can request access to sensitive data. This can increase the risk of identity theft or financial fraud." Google has developed this pilot program in collaboration with the Singapore government's cybersecurity agency. The company announced a similar real-time scanning protection initiative in October, which is supposed to roll out first in India.
Wait,
Discussion question. Is it a slippery slope,
absolutely.
Google deciding which apps you can or cannot sideload?
Absolutely. Is it really being blocked though, or are they just popping up a notification warning you?
It
Because-
sounds like they will be blocked.
Are you sure? Because the title is that it blocks sideloading.
I know, but I've read other
then-
articles other than this summary.
Okay.
It sounds like it will be blocked.
Company knows. It will instead receive a pop-up that says this app can request.
I get it, but this summary here is not the only one that I've
Okay.
read. It sounds
Yeah,
like
yeah.
it will be blocked.
Yeah. This seems bad.
However,
We're going to transition to another topic where somebody got scammed out of $25 million because the world's crazy right now.
how'd you know I was going to do that?
Because it just makes way too much sense.
All right.
Things are nuts, and you cannot expect users to understand fully all the different and be constantly aware of all the different currently available attack vectors to the point where like I almost feel like there's no point in attempting to educate people on it, because even educated people are going to screw up because the sophistication level of certain things currently is just kind of too high. People are saying, yeah, users aren't tech experts. even tech experts are going to get dunked on right now with the ability to like the topic we're going to get into is insane, but like this is rough. What I wish it was like really aggressive pop-up things that are like, you should not do this.
So if it is, then you're good?
I think so, yeah.
But I mean,
I would even be put like 5.
But like Microsoft tried this with UAC.
Put
It doesn't prevent
3,
people from just clicking it.
and then they also have to authenticate through an email thing, or something like make it like really annoying and put a lot of steps in the way. I'm
mean,
totally okay with that.
That's a slippery slope too, because they could also do that if you try to install a third-party browser now. And I know I know that I'm making a bit of a disingenuous argument here, but
Okay,
they could.
Hold on. Apparently, it's only internet-based side-loading sources.
Okay, does that help then?
I think so, because
if
there's
you're
still
determined
around
enough-
it. Yeah.
Okay.
Therefore, it's okay to me personally.
So as long as there's
There should be
workaround.
a way. Yeah.
Okay.
There should be
All right.
a way to force a side load.
Okay.
And I don't even care. It could be like super annoying. You have to plug it into a
Okay.
computer. I don't know about that. You have
Okay.
to like do something that's very advanced.
Tell
I'd
me
be fine with
this.
that.
Wouldn't the real solution to this, though, just be system antivirus that just doesn't let anything intercept a one-time password? Should anything be allowed to read your text messages as they come in?
Yeah.
Why does anything need to read your text messages as they come in?
I feel like there's pretty much always going to be a way, though. It could be screen reading.
Sure.
Grab it that way.
Sure, but anything that continuously records your screen, maybe that just like...
It might be able to detect an event of a text message coming in and start screen recording for a certain period of
that's
time.
true.
Like there's,
Yep.
I would never trust that thing to actually cover those solutions.
Coburn
those
C
issues.
says, hey, 15 years in, I'll take any sort of Android protection.
Yeah.
Elijah, even if you're joking, don't post that. I am deleting it. I'm trying. I don't know how. It's not working. Yeah, why can't I click that? I can't click that.
It doesn't. It's text commands.
Why?
Because you and I both didn't want us to spend time on that.
But I can click all the other ones.
What do you mean click them?
Look.
Oh yeah.
Okay, anyway.
Do you want us to spend time on that?
Nope.
Yeah, there we go.
Lenovo made a transparent laptop. So that's useless.
That's cool. We should talk about the topic we were going to talk about, though.
Yeah, let's talk. That's useless.
That's cool. We should talk about the topic we were going to talk about, though.
Yeah, let's talk about the $25 million that got scammed via deepfake. Luke, you want to do this one? I feel like I've done a lot of them.
Yeah, someone also said, Lazarus, legitimate accessibility features need to read your texts. Yeah, like there's things like that too. Like, I don't know. I don't think that's a solution that'll work. Anyways, deepfake scam, $25 million stolen. This is genuinely wild. This makes me think Ocean's 11 level, like crazy. There was probably multiple people behind this, a lot of planning, a lot of prep, all that type of stuff.
Big payday.
And this is one of the reasons why I think you're honestly not going to be able to fully train people to be prepared for this stuff. You're going to have procedures in place instead. That layer up protections on these types of things, like maybe requiring, even if you're on a video call with someone, requiring you to call their cell phone to confirm as a form of two-factor authentication or something. I don't know. This is crazy, though. According to Hong Kong police, a finance worker at an unnamed multinational firm was convinced to transfer 25.6 million USD
Big money.
to scammers
Real
through
money.
a video call where everyone else in attendance, including the company's CFO, were actually audio-visual deepfakes. Whoa. The worker was initially suspicious when he was contacted by the scammers through email, but his concerns were assuaged by the fact that the video call was attended by several people who looked and sounded like his colleagues. Hong Kong police likewise indicated that they have seen a large amount of recent fraud cases using deepfakes alongside stolen IDs, which totally makes sense.
I hate to bring this up, but I contacted a financial institution that I no longer use very recently, and because I no longer use them, I don't remember my PIN or like access.
Were you able to like
password.
easily get back in?
I was able to reactivate my account with information that I could Google about myself.
Yeah.
The fact that that is possible, and to be clear, it's not just because I'm like a YouTube personality or something. It's the kind of thing that I could easily Google about you if all I knew was your Facebook profile. Like, it was shockingly easy. What the fuck are we going to do? Because you and I laughed, both of us, completely without pre-planning it, laughed when we saw that Florida's plan for banning social media use for 16-year-olds was a third-party database, because that's just a gold mine that someone's waiting to break into and mine. I don't think I would trust our government or any other government to do it any better than the third party.
No.
What the crap are we supposed to do to authenticate it, to secure anything?
You like can't really, to be completely honest. Yep. I don't know. With things like social media networks, like there's examples of this on Twitch and other places as well. What?
Just look who it is made a really good point. Things are gonna get really fucked up when stuff like the Apple Vision Pro goes mainstream.
Oh yeah, because you become the person.
You'll be not just that. No. Because you won't be expecting the video feed to even quite look like them. If it was a Vision Pro avatar or whatever and it was a little off, so what? It wouldn't even raise any alarm bells.
Yeah.
Now all you have to do is get the voice mostly right. Oh no.
Which people are getting really good at.
Oh no. Yeah, I heard an AI generated voice, machine learning voice. I keep doing it. I keep saying AI. It's not AI. It does whatever. I heard an AI voice recreation of myself hosting a power supply video.
I've heard that too.
It's
by far the best one I've heard.
It's gotten a lot better.
The whole like you having a Boston accent for no apparent reason thing is gone.
Yeah.
It's not perfect.
Yeah.
For sure. But it's
I wonder if I can dig that up for the people to hear. So we are one of the things that we're working on for the future of Short Circuit, and to dramatically widen our production pipe, is for a basic power supply video. We are going to take all the testing data, plonk it into a template for the script, which was written by humans, very smart humans. Lucas has done a lot of work on it to get it down to the point where it says everything you need to know about a power supply, with, variables that are altered depending on the results of the power supply, and then is read and edited by automated tools with humans involved for quality checks and for fact checking. So what you guys are going to see, or hear, I guess rather, is a very, very early version of what that would look like. Let me see if I can find it. Oh, I have audio playing. I will fix that. It is now fixed. Let me see if I can find it. Document shared with you. You know what? I'm gonna search for Lucas, because we don't actually talk about that many things by email. Oh shoot! I found a draft email I never sent to him. Gosh darn it. Okay, can you run interference for me for a minute here, Luke?
Someone just linked me that someone apparently made a Titanic My Heart Will Go On cover with me singing it, so that's horrifying, and I'll have to watch that later. But
okay,
I don't know. I could do another topic. Do you need that much time?
Yeah, do another topic and I'll try and find this.
Okay, what's left? South Korea jails PUBG player. South Korea's Supreme Court has upheld the prison sentence of a conscientious objector to a 1.5 years in prison for refusing mandatory military service, in part because he is an avid player of PUBG. According to Korean prosecutors, the man's participation in violent video games and his lack of effort to spread his beliefs is evidence that his moral objection to violence and war is insincere. The man reportedly refused to join the military on the grounds that it disregards human rights and gives rampant unfair orders to enlisted soldiers. Discussion question: why do we treat playing video games as indicating a tolerance for real-world violence? Is it because players participate in the fictional violence in a way that a moviegoer doesn't? I have no idea.
Yeah, that's wild, hey? I think
yeah.
this was more one we were just kind of reacting to.
We're going to just say it
like
and not really discuss
some
much.
real actual person is actually going to jail because the fact that they play PUBG means that they don't object to violence. That is fucked up, dude.
I wonder how many video games
What's going on over in South Korea right
I
now?
play that I would just be super not down to do in real life. Probably a lot. You ever play Doom?
Yeah. Well, you're killing demons though.
Yeah, but that may be a little
Isn't there
dangerous.
like a whole thing where like even people who have like strong religious objections to killing are like, no, Doom's cool or whatever?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like,
Doom,
isn't that a
Doom
whole
has
thing?
some really interesting religion lore behind it. It's if I remember correctly, it's very Catholic. Doom guy is canonically Catholic.
Okay. Yeah, sure. I mean, that makes perfect sense.
Yeah, Doom was actually a pretty bad example because I guess it's the morality of the actions, not the danger. So I don't know. GTA. Oh, you don't want to be a criminal? Why would you play a criminal game? Yeah, I don't know. Kind of rough. I'll look for another one if you still need more time.
I don't want to.
Oh, I've got one.
I don't want to bug Lucas. You know what? I'll bug Gary.
Google
Realistically, he's probably at work
rebrands
anyway.
Bard to Gemini, launches paid tier and mobile app. Google rebranded its Bard chatbot to Gemini, the name of the language model the company introduced back in December, with a demo that grossly exaggerated its speed and capabilities, and will be rebranding Duet AI for Workspace to Gemini for Workspace.
Hey Gary, you're on the WAN show.
Oh, good.
Sounds about right. I'm glad you survived my sine wave joke in our meeting.
Okay.
I wanted to show the people the early version of the audio of Linus reading that power supply overview script from Lucas. Do you know the one I'm talking about, where it's the Linus AI voice?
Yes, sir.
Do you mind linking? Do you mind emailing that to me in some form that I could play it for the people?
Okay.
All right, thank you so much.
All right. You're quite welcome.
All right, chat's wishing you a speedy recovery from whatever it is that you're suffering from right now.
Yeah, Lionitis.
I was going to say, I think that's you.
All right. Okay. All right. Thanks, Gary.
All right, take care.
Okay, bye.
Oh, God. That's funny. Okay, yeah, I'm going to keep going. Google's following in the footsteps of Microsoft, who have finally made it clear that literally every AI product they make is called Copilot. Gemini Advanced is a paid version powered by the more powerful Gemini Ultra 1.0 model, accessible through the new Google One AI Premium plan. That's a name. It's $20 a month, the same price as ChatGPT Plus, but it also includes the benefits of Google One in general, which I think is going to be listed if I click on this link, but it includes like expanded drive storage. Yeah, you get expanded drive storage. If you have the AI premium one, you have 2 terabytes of drive storage, so that's a ton. Google Store rewards. I've never even heard of that before. Google Meet premium video calling features. Google Calendar enhanced appointment scheduling, stuff like that. So you get other things instead of just the Gemini AI stuff. Gemini is available on the web in 150 countries, but more interestingly, as a standalone Android app in the US only, also accessible through the Google app on iOS. Android users in the US can select Gemini as their device assistant instead of Google Assistant, which is actually probably a massive improvement, considering it doesn't feel like Google Assistant has gotten better in potentially ever. It has an overlay that can be drawn up over any app to read your screen and do stuff, which Assistant used to do, but doesn't now. Early feedback has confirmed that Google overhyped Gemini. Most impressions that Riley has seen claim that ChatGPT-4 is still better, but we don't know right now, I guess. Discussion question. I'm saying it. I'm saying it no matter what. Why does Canada suck? And then Dash,
That's
sorry,
fair.
this isn't a better question. I have to go. Oh, that's great.
Thanks, Riley.
I don't know. We just get stuff after America. It's fine. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, like the Vision Pro.
Everywhere sucks.
Yeah, especially Canada.
Um,
South Park got it right.
floppy heads.
Blame Canada.
Yeah, one road. Did you get the file?
I'm working on it.
Okay. I'm running out
Well,
of topics.
Gary's working on it. I mean, we could just do WAN Show After Dark. I think we've actually got a surprising number of merch messages, given that we launched a T-shirt with a collar. So we might want to get started on them at some point.
No, there's also the planetary shirt.
Yeah. No, I know. And
And, you know,
and the store's great.
screwdriver bit sets are just going to fly off the shelves.
Yep. Realistically, they're gonna fly off the shelves regardless.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to give people a lot of warning before we make any adjustments.
Yeah.
All right. Is there anything else? Okay. Is there anything else in here that we want to talk about? Oh, we didn't even talk about the Funimation libraries being deleted. This is like a huge deal.
Yeah.
Funimation, Sony, which has owned Funimation since 2017 and Crunchyroll since 2021, will be merging the two services, keeping the name Crunchyroll, as well as deleting digital copies of content that users purchased through Funimation.
Owning something digitally doesn't mean crap at all.
Codes for these digital copies were included with physical Blu-rays or DVDs of anime dubbed and released by Funimation as a way of ensuring that customers would always have access to the content that they purchased, even if they were away from home or they lost their physical copy. Crunchyroll will also be increasing in price from $80 to $100 annually. So basically, Sony, go fuck yourself for this.
Yeah, that sucks. Why don't they just offer it through Crunchyroll?
If I had to guess, I would say that this was not actually a super simple decision, and it's possible that whatever Funimation's licensing was for these perpetual copies that many rights holders are pretty cagey about, blah, 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 non-transferable, something, something, something. There's probably a reason, but it f***ing sucks, and I just don't really care anymore. I don't care what the really good reason was for. Or what the really good reason was. It doesn't matter. When someone buys something, I get it. They're only buying a license to use it. But they bought a license to use it in the way that, in good faith, they understood that it was for, and I think you understood too, and that should continue. Like, it's the...
Yeah, GevDev in Flipling Chat said Crunchyroll doesn't have the infrastructure for it from the sound of it. The Funimation site is shutting down. Yeah, I don't care. Build it. If you're going to just like delete all this stuff that people bought, you need to provide an alternative solution. You know, like just...
Shoot. Gary is has not sent that. And now I'm sort of wondering if there's anyone else who might know where it is, because maybe he's having a hard time finding it.
I do.
You know where it is?
Yep.
Well, why didn't you just tell me? Oh, I found it. Can you message Gary real quick and tell him I found it?
Why don't you?
Because I'm going to bring it up.
Okay.
I have to email it to myself. This way we're working in parallel, Luke. It's efficient.
Nice.
You wouldn't understand.
Usually I'm the only one who works while I'll actively live on the show.
Well, yeah, because someone has to talk to the people.
I thought you were
Yeah,
just
we'll just let Dan do it. Okay, Dan, you're on.
Hey, how you doing?
Jesus, Dan. Okay, forget it. Okay, is my audio working?
No, it's not.
You were so lively last show.
I've become all tired at the moment.
Fired up.
I'm sorry, guys.
Okay,
Hey,
will Luke be able to hear
how's
this?
I'm trying to be
going?
suave.
I've heard it before.
I know, but like, just so we can
Oh,
all
yeah,
experience
yeah,
it
yeah,
together.
yeah.
Luke, is this your first podcast? Come on, man,
Yeah.
get it together.
Yeah.
Okay, Dan, are we good?
I mean, in a way,
I'm not
yeah.
hearing anything.
Well, I'm not playing it.
Okay, then give it.
We're firing on so many cylinders right now. It's insane.
But Ma, it's my turn with a brain cell.
I worked so many hours yesterday, okay? But Kyle's upgrade video is going to be amazing, and the behind the scenes on Floatplane are going to be amazing. Just go subscribe to Floatplane. Okay, let's do this thing. This is the 1000-watt Focus GX 1000 manufactured by Seasonic with a current MSRP of $250 US. It is a fully modular ATX 3.0 power supply with an additional hybrid fan mode. The power supply comes in sturdy packaging and measures 150 by 86 by 140 millimeters. Considering cable flexibility, it has an effective depth of 190 millimeters. The modular cables are plastic insulated of good quality and are really flexible. This should cause no problems while building and cable managing your computer. The provided cable set includes a single 12 vaporware cable, allowing it to power all types of high wattage GPUs. The Focus GX is a All right.
How do you feel about it? How do you? I don't mean the quality of it or whatever. How does hearing that make you feel?
My first, it's like I feel like I should remember saying it.
Yeah.
I should remember saying it in a really weird, disjointed,
The way
not how I would say it way.
the way that I describe this to other people that have heard it is, to me, it feels like you just had your wisdom teeth taken out. You're on a little bit of meds and you've got cotton in your mouth,
Yeah.
and it's a bad mic.
The
But other than
intonation,
that,
like the timbre of the voice is surprisingly close.
Yeah.
The timing's way off. The cadence is.
There's certain ways that you
needs a
say
ton of
things
work.
that don't line up. Like
Yeah.
I can tell it's not you, but
If I, for example, was the one recording it, because this is purely generated.
I don't think so.
I do think so.
I don't think so.
I do think so.
I'm rather certain it's not. I know the person who did the project, and they told me it was voiced by someone and then edited.
How sure are you?
I mean, I can show you the messages.
No, I don't
Ed
need
told
you
me.
to It doesn't sound like someone voiced it. Okay, whoever voiced it clearly wasn't.
Isn't that how we did the Spanish
One of my
translations?
things that I sent to Ed is like, yeah, it seems like a Linus who has cotton balls in his mouth but isn't very tech savvy, and he's like, yeah.
All right. Well, at any rate, okay.
find it.
So then, no, I believe you. I believe you.
Nope.
What? Okay, so it's not. Luke, I believe you. This is such a
Well, I wanna
waste of
figure out-
time.
who-
He just
should I
wants to
say who
work
it
on his
was?
phone more.
Oh my goodness.
No, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
I don't care who it was.
All
The
right.
point is that with someone who was a little more tech savvy, who had even the tiniest amount of practice imitating my cadence.
Yeah, like this is the same thing that made me think about that like $25 million heist, whatever it was. It's like, yeah, it with more practice time.
Yeah.
Because someone just like listens to you talk about a thing enough times, figures out how you're gonna say $250, figures out how is more familiar with the subject matter. This is very likely the first time they did a read through. All this other type of stuff. Yeah, I think you could basically nail it. There are some problems. It sounds like it's on a really bad mic. The like quality of the audio is really low.
Yep.
But I mean,
We're close enough now that it's like you can make it out,
yes, absolutely.
and it's scary.
Yeah.
With that said, I mean, it's going to be really convenient if we wanted the entire, power supply channel to be hosted by Linus.
I don't know if we should.
I don't know either, but maybe we
Genuinely
wouldn't.
don't know.
Maybe 1 out of every 4 would be hosted by Linus. I don't know. Whatever strategy we settle on is, though.
Digilinus.
we could scale it just like that. VTuber hosted. I mean, I've been talking for years
Yeah.
about how the best way for us to safeguard this company against, my untimely demise or eventual, actual retirement or whatever
You
it
not
is,
having hydrofacials.
could be VTubering
Yeah.
our most recognizable personalities, figuring out, what that looks like in terms of compensation and licensing and technology, whatever, right? And building a scalable business around that. I mean, there's companies that only exist as virtual influencers already today. It's not like this is some kind of weird sci-fi that I'm imagining. This is
totally.
this is a real thing right now.
And it's winning right now.
The only difference is that we would,
Yeah, when's the Phillian collab?
I don't know. I think Elijah is in contact.
Oh.
So it's moving, I think.
I'm
Phillian
stoked.
does backflips.
Goddamn, Luke.
Okay, you actually
sorry.
need to stop
I'm
baiting
sorry.
him into doing
I'm
a
sorry.
backflip. I don't want him to get hurt.
Yeah, he showed me a video of him doing one, and
Yeah.
I was like, yeah, you shouldn't. do
That's
this.
fine. Yeah, don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, just stop baiting him.
Yeah.
Maybe we should do that when you guys are remote. Somebody just becomes a VTuber.
Like for Wanshow?
Yeah, because I can intersperse that into the actual
We'd
set,
have
no
to get
problem.
like a rig and stuff. I don't know anything
No,
about
we
it.
could figure it out. Yeah, it's very doable.
Okay. I know like genuinely nothing about it.
Anyway, Funimation
There's someone in
libraries
chat,
being
Zero
deleted.
Transform.
Not cool.
Dude, I run a VTuber studio with AAA motion capture hardware.
Yeah, it's today. It's right now.
It's right now.
Yep. All right. Is there anything that is left before we? No, I don't think so. I think it's time for Wanshow After Dark.
All right.
Let's do this thing.
Did we do the jobs thing? We did.
Yeah, we did very early in the show.
yeah.
I'll get it. Oh! All right, maybe hit Luke first.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, now I.
Linus did it. Mission accomplished.
What?
It's okay, Dan. You're gonna be all right.
I take my headphones off for 1 second.
Oh man.
Actually, I need to pee. I'll be right back.
Okay.
All right. I hope everything comes out okay. Hi, Luke.
Hey.
You wanted me to give Luke one, right?
Yeah. Dan, are you good?
I'm looking for it. What's up, boys? Luke, when and
Boy.
if you have a what? Boys? What's up, boys? Boy. Luke, when and if you have a cheat day or cheat meal during your exercise journey, what do you eat and why?
It's usually because I'll be like eating out with people, and I'll usually try to get like somewhat of a safer option, but I let myself go a little bit more. Then something that I'll like to have is like Indian food. There's an Indian food place. I don't want to name it because I don't want to just run it over completely, but there's an incredibly good Indian food place locally that I really like going to for lunch. And if I'm having a lunch meeting for some reason, I will often suggest going there because it's incredibly good. There's also a place that I like going for pho, so I'll have Indian food or pho.
I think I know the place you're talking about. That place is
You probably know both
excellent.
of them, to
That's
be
like
honest, and they're extremely good.
the one good one, and it's so
Yeah.
good.
For which?
For the Indian, I'm not sure
Mhm.
I know the pho.
Dude, we should go sometime. Do you like pho?
Yeah.
We'll go sometime.
I think
really
that's
good.
also local too. I might
Yeah.
have gone there with a couple other people. Yeah,
Maybe.
maybe.
It's both of those are very common haunts for people that work here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I won't, but I'm not also not gonna just like, I'm getting a cheesecake with whatever, and like I don't really like go off, but I'm no longer like my like diet right now is if the food is planned, it's very structured. But if I'm like out with people or whatever, I'll get stuff. It doesn't matter, but I try not to go too nuts. That's all. Yeah, sorry, I didn't really like specify anything, but yeah,
You're not like a person who goes, I'm going to eat an entire cake on my
No.
cheat day.
no.
Like, I don't know. I'm not.
I don't even desire that. Like,
I don't even think cheat days are a good idea.
no.
No. Who you cheating on? It's just yourself.
Can you believe we
Pretty
made
much.
it this far into the show and neither of you has made a joke about me getting a facial?
That would be crass, Linus.
It felt like it was like actually too low bar. It was like too easy.
That's too lowbrow.
Yeah. No, I'm okay with it being really lowbrow. It was just too easy.
Plus, we know you well enough that you get those all the time anyway.
Got him.
Hello.
And the beard makes it a lot harder to clean up.
Oh, I know. Hello, DLO. As
This
a
guy's
business,
trying to be classy.
hello, DLL. As a business, why wouldn't Steam create Steam Plus gaming service? Is it just small potatoes compared to their 30% or too complicated for such a large platform?
I hope they never do.
I think the licensing is extremely complicated. If it was only for Valve games, yeah, it would be no problem for them to just have a Valve subscription to their games. In fact, I don't know. I suspect that hardware as a subscription is going to become even more prevalent. I mean, there's that TV that's free as long as you look at ads or whatever. Like, I mean, in a way, you know, financing is just hardware as a subscription. It's not like they can't repo it if you fail to pay for it. It's just it's a rent to own. Whereas at some point, I could totally see a Steam Deck is $10 a month. It's not $400. It's $10 a month, and they just assume that over
It'll be more expensive than that.
you know, or whatever it is. But I think you kind of get my point, right? Like
Yeah.
the point is that as long as it's first party, nothing would prevent Valve from doing things however it is that they want to do it. But when it comes to third party games, I mean, they can't even manage to get guys like EA to not require you to also install Origin on your stupid computer, let alone agreeing to participate in this Game Pass competitor or whatever it is. I think I would actually be kind of into it, to be honest with you. Yeah, I mean, what if it just? I'd like to see Valve innovate. I'd like to see them.
How is that innovation?
Whoa. Well, it's not innovation if they just do what everyone else is doing. So that's why I was going to suggest a way that maybe they could innovate.
All right.
So here's something that would be kind of cool. Like if I could buy a Steam Pass subscription and it entitles me to, X amount of dollar value of games in my library at any given time, but I could return games and take them out, kind of like a library system or something like that. I don't know. That's completely off the top of my head. But I could see something like that being an innovation, yes, because you could go back and reborrow a game at your discretion
if it's still there.
So you're kind of creating. I would expect Valve to innovate that too. So I could curate my own library potentially. That'd be kind of neat. If I wanted to keep something, instead of it just being like Netflix, where that show just like disappears and you can't watch it anymore, I could decide. You know what? Yeah, I want to keep my old, Steam Plus library. I don't want any of the new stuff, and I can just like keep it forever, keep it in perpetuity. Or I could be like, oh yeah, you know what? No, I want to try something new, and I just like return one of my games. Like, oh yeah, okay, like I and my family share group can't play this game anymore.
Once you return that game, what if it's been removed off of Steam? You wouldn't be able to get it again. That's what I was saying. Maybe there was a miscommunication. That's what I meant.
Oh, okay, sure. I just mean I could see there being room to innovate in that space. And if there was anyone who was going to do it in a not anti-consumer way, maybe it would be Valve.
I hope they don't do it, because I don't think there is one.
And maybe that's the not anti-consumer innovation we need, is Valve just not doing it. But
I would be total like if inside of Valve they were like, hey, let's like try to thought experiment this thing and figure out if there is a way. That's totally cool with that. Sometimes you gotta, peer into darkness. I don't think there is a way. If they prove me wrong, great. But I don't think there's a way. Because of all the things that I've talked about on Rant Show before, of like, if you end up going subscription services, there's literally actors and directors and stuff talking about this publicly right now. But with everything being subscription service, the only things that get made are safe. There's no all that type of stuff.
All right, Mr. Subscription Services are evil. What's that?
I didn't say subscription services were evil.
Oh, okay.
Nice little hot dog hamburger you got going on.
What if they did this?
Did what?
What if everything that you got through your subscription service, you had like
you can download these videos?
Can you let me finish? Okay.
It's a terrible comparison.
Just clean your beard
comparison
after.
is dog. Your comparison is dog
I got some
water.
paper towels over here.
So my point is, what if it worked like that? What if whenever something is in your library, you could, you got it permanently, and it was more like a just hold on. Oh my gosh, this is one of those things where it's like, all I'm saying is consider a possibility.
I don't understand. Like, if it's going that far, then you have it, you own it. So then, like, what? How is Valve going to get any developers?
All
to
they
agree to
asked
this?
was, what about Steam Plus? They didn't say it had to be exactly the way it is now. So I'm saying,
No, I get that. I just don't think what you're talking about is even possible.
well, hold on. Can I finish talking about it?
Sure.
So what if it was like Floatplane, where through the subscription you are getting new content? So it's almost more like a. It's almost more like what are they called? Those mail subscriptions, something boxes.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Help me, chat. Something boxes.
It's not.
No,
loot
not loot
crates?
boxes.
Is it
Not
crates?
loot crates. No, it's a thing. It's
Loot Crate was a brand.
crack boxes. Oh my god. Subscription boxes, sure. Subscription boxes.
thought there was a
mystery
different name
boxes.
for it,
I don't know. I thought there was another name. The point is, but like subscription boxes.
So
you
developers
get,
would sign up.
So you get new things. Valve curates the new games that you're gonna try with their subscription service. You own the games afterward. You can go back and you can reopen that crate anytime you feel like it, just like on Floatplane. You can, when you are subscribed, you can download any video. We have no cap. You can download the entire back catalog of anything you want, exclusives, different channels.
All the infrastructure people listening right now are going like, "Oh goodness!" And yeah, it sucks on our end. But
Yeah, but you
it is what
can
it
do
is.
that.
Yep.
And then the only difference once you cancel your subscription is you just don't get,
You don't get the new ones.
You don't get the new content.
And you can't come download it again.
I mean, that's something that I could see being a not evil, innovation that Valve could
That's an
Valve could
interesting
implement.
one. And
they could even have gambling mechanics, some of them. So maybe you get 2 games out of there's 8, and you'll get one will be a random one, but you can pick one of them or something like that. Like, I'm just saying, let's be open-minded.
I just think that's a completely different thing now. You've gone so far away that it's just Humble Bundle's subscription version, which is like fine.
Well, hold on. What was the question though? Something. Steam Plus gaming service. I mean, yeah,
The original question's open enough that this is legit. I'm not saying that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. I just mean, I think there's ways to do subscription gaming and have it not be totally toxic.
I think that is not totally toxic. I just also think that sort of doesn't matter. Like, I don't think that would actually catch on.
Good.
There might be ways to do it. Maybe. I think a lot of them will have the same problems as standard subscription stuff. Like I said though, like if Valve wanted to sit in a room and try to figure this out and they did find out a way, then that's great. I struggle to see how it can be really possible, because in this version, like, yeah, maybe they do. Maybe it is very similar to what you're saying. Maybe it's a monthly thing that you get, just like with those old subscription boxes that were popular for a while. Maybe it's a monthly thing. You log into Steam on the 1st and you have a new thing that you click on and it's like, hey, you have these new games. Maybe they're even partially curated because they know some of your interests based on games you've played and stuff. So maybe they'll go like, oh, we noticed last month you played a bunch of games that are like this. We thought you might want to try these things. You played Slay the Spire. Maybe you'll enjoy Across the Obelisk, something like that. We included that in the thing. That could be kind of cool. I don't think that would take off as much as an all access pass.
Yeah, apparently PSN Plus does something kind of like this as well. So anyway,
But
I do think, to your question though, it would be pretty small potatoes for Valve compared to the kind of money that they print on an annual basis, just taking 30% of every game that sells on Steam. So, and not just game sales, right? So it's a cool idea, but I doubt that it has any kind of serious momentum over there, at least for the time being.
I think you're also going to run into a problem where it's going to be a lot of the same games, a lot of the same developers, and probably older games. unless Valve starts pumping tons of money into the creation of them, at which point they might want some amount of creative controller input, and then we start running into the same problem with gaming subscription services where the company that runs the subscription service ends up pushing in for creative control because they want things that are going to guaranteed win, which is like a huge problem.
Would you like another one?
Yeah.
No.
I just want to go home.
No, I'm good.
Hi, Wancho. I recently took a trip to Europe and my LDD backpack was stolen with my MacBook, DSLR, lenses, and some miscellaneous tech. What's the most heartbreaking loss of tech you've experienced?
I think I've told this story before, so I'm not going to go through the whole story, but when I left my pocket PC at the ice rink, like it had my calendars and everything on it, and there was no cloud sync back then, so I had to like set everything up manually again. Yeah, that sucked. That really sucked.
I haven't lost much. I left a phone on a plane. That's probably it.
Oh yeah, there was the time I left my laptop on the car and drove.
Ooh. Yeah, I remember that. I very recently, I have this, one of the 64-ounce water bottles that I've sticker bombed. And it's my, like, I have it in my car, I bring it into work, and I bring it into the gym, but it, like, stays remote, like I don't bring it home. And then I have another 64-ounce water bottle at home, and I have my AirPods that I work out with. And the water bottle and the AirPods are missing. Can't find them anywhere. I checked Lost and Found here. I checked Lost and Found at the gym. It's not at home. It's not in my car.
The fact that it's both of them.
I'm pretty sure they were taken. My biggest thing is, like, why'd you take the water bottle? Like, it's sticker bombed with a bunch of stickers I can't get again.
It's a good water bottle.
It's a sick water bottle, and you're
at a gym. What do you mean, why'd they take it?
No, I get
it's
that.
It's an awesome water... No, can you stop
Just
disrespecting the hard work of the Creator Warehouse team?
I get that. And especially at the gym, because everyone wants the really big water bottles when you're at the gym. I'll actually go through like half or more of that in one gym session. Like, it's perfect for at the gym. I love that water bottle. It's just like, like the dollar value was in the AirPods. Leave me my water bottle that is custom sticker bombed. Like, I literally can't get a lot of these again. It's kind of annoying. I really liked how it looked.
It's like when someone steals your wallet and you're just like, could you have just taken the cash
ID?
and left it there?
Exactly. Like, this is actually just really, really annoying.
Like, I'm going to cancel every one of those credit cards before you do anything.
Yeah.
Just...
The credit card company's going to go after their money. Like, you're not... Like, just... Any chance it's newer AirPods? No, because it's me. So I have replacement ones now, and they're also the old cheap ones because it's me. It just sucks. It's very annoying. But the main thing that I'm annoyed about is not the tech product. It's that someone took my water bottle. Because I love that water bottle.
I know where you can get a new one.
I know I can get a new one. I just...
Headed to the end of the earth, Nuku-Hiva, for diving. Any places on your bucket list? Animals you're chasing? Seems to be a island in the French Polynesia.
Wow, cool.
I still want to scuba dive in Australia.
That'd be sweet.
Yeah, that's on my list.
I have recently gone on a few dates with someone, and I could use Luke's 100% success chicken recipe in the near future. When will we get that video?
I've been told I need to film it for a Floatplane exclusive.
It's coming.
Yeah, so that's gonna be a thing.
Don't look at his eyes. Don't look at his eyes. Hey, DLL.
Are we stuck in your beard?
No. Hey, DLL. Recently heard about a long-range 1 kilometer Wi-Fi with enough bandwidth for video calls. Have y'all heard about this, and is it even real?
I have heard about it. I am so excited to try it.
Ooh.
I haven't gotten my hands on it yet. I want to. I've already flagged it for the writing team. I missed writers meeting today because I was busy filming our PS5 killer.
Oh.
$500 PC. That's pretty strong.
Interesting that you're calling it a PS5 killer, not a console killer. The PS5 just win that hard?
What games would we play on an Xbox killer?
Get owned. Oh man.
Anywho, so hopefully we're getting in touch. I totally want to try it. It sounds amazing. It's different from what we've shown in the past with Ubiquity's dish-based long-range Wi-Fi solutions, in that it seems to be more just non-directional. Everything's just connected. It seems super cool. I'm really looking forward to trying it out.
Sweet.
Hi, Linus, fellow tech dad here. Any advice on long-distance parenting? I work overseas away from my child and kids, and my wife and kids, most of the year. Is there anything other than video calls to alleviate missing them?
That sounds horrible.
Wow.
I don't think I could do it. The only advice that I have is stay strong, brother.
Wow. Aren't there like I wonder how old their kids are. Did they say in the thing? Did it say?
Nope.
I think there's these like presence pillow things that like glow. The other one will glow when there's weight on the one of them. Oh, okay. And I've been told that it helps, like, if you're feeling really homesick or whatever, it helps to like know. I don't know. I haven't experienced this, so I have no idea. But I've heard that's a thing, and like people say it's like actually good. So I don't know.
Hey, LLD, I will be in Japan this summer for an internship doing data analysis with field programmable gate arrays, FPGAs. What do you think the most interesting use case for FPGAs are? Also, Luke, what should I avoid in Japan?
FPGAs are one of those things where I wouldn't even begin to tell you what I think the most interesting thing they're used for is, because they are used for everything. They're either used in final deployments, and that's why a lot of things are really expensive. So one example is those USB 3 extenders that I have. If that was an ASIC, it would cost a fraction of what it does, but it's an FPGA, so it's really, really expensive because you're buying fully programmable processors for both sides.
Yeah,
of these
sounds really expensive.
Yeah, USB to fiber boxes, right? And they're handling high bandwidth, low latency. So that's what they cost, right? And so it's either in mass production, or mass-ish, or it's in the prototyping of basically everything. So I don't know, everything. FPGAs are sick. There, I said it.
Check out analog.co.
Yep.
They make wicked cool stuff.
Check out Alibaba.com.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this showed up on the subreddit this week. Dare me to order one.
I was going to say, are you guys going to get one?
Unfortunately, I would have to order 500 pieces.
Oh my goodness.
I love that the number of people that don't understand how our screwdriver works.
Yeah, this isn't the same
drives
one.
me absolutely crazy.
This isn't like a third shift situation.
Guys, there is no Chinese factory to run a third shift. Yeah. How the fuck many times do I have to say this before people will somehow process that the LTT screwdriver is not some made in China rebadge? It just f***ing isn't. And no amount of whatever it is that you're doing over there is going to change the actual reality that it just isn't. We collaborated with MegaPro, licensed their bit storage, licensed their ratchet, heavily modified their ratchet design. At this point, with the stubby screwdriver, we have actually modified their bit storage enough that we are no longer dependent on the patent for it. The ratchets are produced in China. The shafts are produced in China. The plastics are all produced in Pitt Meadows, British Columbia. The assembly is done here in the greater Vancouver area. There is no third shift. Just sit the f*** down. It's incredible. Anyway, this was still pretty funny because, yeah, a sample is apparently about the cost of these guys buying one of our screwdrivers. So if you order a sample, what's very likely is they will simply buy one of our screwdrivers and send it to you. They've ripped the photos directly off of our site.
Oh, nice.
Other than it seems like attempting maybe or maybe not
to like blur it out
to
a little bit.
blur our logo a little bit. They've even included our like crusty, rusted bits that we use to demonstrate that you can install standard size bits in it. I would totally order one to see if it's even a somewhat close copy, but the issue is that they want you to order 500 pieces, and there's no way I'm going to order a sample to see what they can make because they're just going to send me one of my screwdrivers. If I wanted one of my screwdrivers, I would just walk into the warehouse and grab one.
Yeah.
Is the listing a scam though? Yeah, the listing is in all likelihood a scam. So there's a lot of different takes on this. You know, one of the takes is, "See, I told you, it was a matter of time." There's a lot of like, "Oh, LTT better watch out for this. It's the third shift." And then there's a lot of people that actually understand what's going on here, and that is that this manufacturer is fraudulently claiming that they make this screwdriver. It is possible that you will get something in the mail that it resembles our screwdriver, but I promise you it will not be ours.
Yeah.
And the attention to detail that it would take to get it to be ours would not be put in by this manufacturer. There is absolutely no way, because even though it's a seemingly relatively simple mechanical device, the devil's in the details. It's easy for them to make one. Actually, it would be relatively easy for them to make one screwdriver that pretty much is pretty similar to the LTT screwdriver. To mass produce it with the kind of quality that we do would be really difficult, and that's what took so long. So that's the thing.
Yeah.
Is that trickle-down economics? Thanks, Twitch chat. Economics count on you.
Dan?
I want to make another facial joke. LLD, how would you suggest verifying a user's child's age on social media without age verification?
Just do it the old, mostly ineffective way.
Yeah, there's honestly, I just don't see how you're going to do it. No database should contain that information about anyone, least of all a child.
Kids. Yeah, no. I'm
sorry, I don't have a solution to this.
And lean on the services a little bit to ban users if they're detected to, not be a kid.
Hey, DLL, how far away do you think AMD is from catching up to NVIDIA on ray tracing? Do you think they will?
Sure. And then NVIDIA will move again. The only real hope for AMD is that NVIDIA gets distracted. Kind of like what happened with Logitech and gaming mice in like the late 2000s. And like, I guess the late 2000s, early 2010s. Logitech owned gaming mice. And then they were just like, oh, a webcam butterfly. Holy crap, what the heck is Razer? That is an accurate recreation.
It's actually quite accurate.
That's exactly what happened.
Yeah. I'm a little frustrated with Logitech right now. My mouse died again. I've had a lot of this one mouse. Let me find Logitech G. I have been, I think it's maybe fair to say, a Logitech fanboy for most of my life. Their forms for their mice just work for my hands.
And their support is, or at least has been, legendary.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
And it's pretty easy to win me over with really, really good support. And I've really, really, really liked their mice. Now, they released a thing called the Power Play.
Yeah. I love my Power Play.
Oh my goodness, the Power Play is amazing.
Okay.
The fact that more people don't use it drives me nuts.
It's really expensive, Luke.
It is very
You
expensive.
probably didn't pay for it.
I did, actually.
Oh.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Did you pay for the mouse that went on it?
I paid for the most recent one that's going to go on it. I don't know about all the previous ones.
Okay.
I paid for the most recent one and the previous one before that.
I just mean your tech life gets kind of subsidized. So when you
does a little
splurge
bit.
on a thing, I'm a
Totally
little
makes sense.
impressed
Totally
that you
makes
bought
sense.
anything.
Yeah.
But then I'm less impressed because the total cost of your entire setup is like maybe $1,000 or $2, and it's worth like, you know, $5,000 or
maybe
whatever.
less
You know.
than that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's totally fair. It is very expensive. I just really like the power
Me too.
play.
I really like it too. It's just
Fantastic product.
really expensive for what it is. Like the problem it solves in your life is that every couple of weeks you need to go like this.
But it's awesome.
I know it's awesome like this. Like the problem it solves in your life is that every couple of weeks you need to go like this.
But it's awesome.
I know it's awesome. I know.
It doesn't even increase the amount of USBs because you can connect your mouse through the power
know.
play, which is like, thank you.
I know, but
That's
the flip
so
side of
smart.
that argument is it doesn't even reduce the number of cables on your desk because you still have to run a fucking cable to the power play. Like it's just
I'm just happy they thought of that.
it's just actually a waste of money
Yeah.
that I love and you love. And we
Yes.
can love it even though it's a waste of money. It's like children.
Or my employment.
Oh my goodness. Right now, if I go to gaming mouse pads on Logitech G, the photo is for a power play.
Where are you going with this?
I don't see it.
Oh, because it isn't a mouse pad. It's probably something else.
They're also in the Canadian store. I don't
Here's-
believe you're allowed
yeah,
to
it's
buy
not
it.
available in Canada.
Can't buy it in Canada. yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, so you can only have it because you are a special snowflake.
Wait, is that the reason why I ran into this? I hope not. Okay.
I
here.
love that you can sort by power play compatibility.
Yeah, okay. So here's my whole point. Pro X Superlight 2. Right?
Yeah.
Power play compatibility? No.
Well, try power play instead of power play compatibility. Go up. There's a power play.
What?
Forward. Yeah, lol. It's just the same thing as power play compatibility. That's hilarious.
What?
But yeah, no, you can't buy it in Canada, I don't think. I mean, Canada doesn't exist anyway,
It doesn't say it works with power play, though.
You can probably buy it on like amazon.co.uk and like get it imported or whatever, but no, I don't think you can buy it in Canada.
I'm so upset.
Yeah, I know.
I bought a... To be fair, I didn't look into reviews of the Superlight 2, but I bought a Pro X Superlight because the Superlight 2 was not listed under power play compatibility. I already opened the box. It's on my desk. I'm screwed.
At least it's not me who's an idiot on the show for a change.
Man,
You know, it's refreshing, actually.
that sucks. Why doesn't it show up under power play compatibility? Why is there 2 power play buttons?
I don't know.
That isn't even the thing I wanted to be upset about. I'm actually more happy with them about this because that's easy to fix. I thought they dropped power play compatibility from new devices. And I was like, wow, that sucks a lot.
No, power play's great. And power play's not
Sweet.
going anywhere as far as I can tell.
That's great
I'd love
because
to
I
see
really
it
like
updated
it.
with a bigger mat and maybe USB-C or, you know, something. Or
Yeah,
anything.
that'd be cool. Man. People were saying I didn't do the research. I went on the official website and clicked power play compatibility and it disappeared. I thought I did do the research. I really like the mouse. I think it's okay, to be honest. But yeah, I've had 3 G903s now, and the left click has broken on every single one of them.
It's almost like all of those switches just come from a commodity factory and Logitechs are not special.
Yeah.
People game pretty hard these days too. Like I don't know, man. I feel like we go a little harder on our gaming peripherals.
That might be true.
Like when I was a kid, I played a lot of video games, but I think by today's standards, it's like not a lot.
Not very
really.
much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
It might be reasonable lifespan. I haven't looked into like the expected clicks and stuff like that. But yeah, and I'm not ditching them because it's still my favorite mouse. Like I'll go try. I did get a different Logitech mouse this time, but I like this one too. Their forms just work so much better for me, and I mean it feels great. So like I regret not knowing that the 2 works with it, but I'm happy with it anyways, so that's fine.
Hello, WAN.dll. Luke, other than the difficulty of building a kick-ass streaming platform,
Yeah.
what is an interesting challenge as CTO for LMG that we haven't heard you talk about before?
Oh, you've heard it all before.
Okay.
Entering as that role into the hell nest that was the setup was a wild experience that I would not want to do again. and is still like a giant problem. The constant battle between trying to decide whether or not to fix the current fires or build a thing that will help reduce new fires is difficult to deal with, because there's so many like massive projects that you would have expected to be done a really long time ago that were never done, that we need to do, but there's a lot of current fires, so balancing those two problems can be difficult, yada 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 yada. It's all a thing, but it's getting better. Sean's been doing fantastic. It's been cool seeing him in videos now, working with Dan and
Yeah, he
AJ
did great,
on that
hey?
team too. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. So yeah, it's getting better. We'll get there. It's okay. But it's been a ride. I'll say that much. The Superlight 2 appears to be on Amazon.ca. I bought a mouse. It's on my desk. I'm not going to buy another mouse. It was really expensive. I'm not buying another mouse right now. Straight up.
I'm responding to a merch message that hasn't been read yet. Thomas C says, "Hey LTT, I wish that more people would talk about accessibility with VR. I have one eye. There are some VR games where I physically can't get past the tutorial. Can you try the Vision Pro with one eye?"
Oh, interesting.
The scanning didn't work, but I wonder if part of the reason for that is that I trained it with two eyes. So I'm gonna see if I can find the thing to try it again. I don't know. I can never remember. Is it privacy and security, or is it optic ID and passcode? I don't know. Why would your passcode be under security? That's just stupid. Gaze tracking works, which sounds like an entirely different thing.
While you keep screwing around with that, Geek Person Man in chat said PowerPlay compatible means the mouse requires a Power Core module to be installed in the mouse, and PowerPlay means it's just built in. Cool.
All right, I'm setting up optic ID. The gaze tracking is definitely a little bit weaker, though.
Makes sense.
Nope, won't do it.
Ooh.
No optic ID with just one eye. Yep, can confirm. Definitely works with two eyes. All right, so
apparently the Apple
now you
Vision
know.
Pro has accessibility options. Maybe there's
Ooh.
something you need to turn on.
Accessibility. Eye input, both eyes. Oh, left eye only, right eye only. All right, there it is. I still don't know if that works with optic ID, but it definitely does at least have an option for it. So that's pretty cool. Good guy, Apple. That's it for that for now. I find it makes my eyes really tired.
Using that? Yeah.
I'm back.
I haven't used it for because you were using it for like whole days, right?
I've used it for as much as like 3 hours at a time, and that was a lot.
Yeah,
Like,
that makes
really
sense.
a lot.
Like I didn't have it on for that long realistically, and I didn't run into those problems, but I suspect you're hitting more around the like hour and a half mark where it starts to get pretty old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Even at like half an hour, I'm kind of over it. I'd rather just, you know what? One of the things that really bugs me is, seems like a really stupid little thing. It seems like such an obvious fix, but I actually hate that I can only pin apps in 3D space. I want to pin apps in relative to me space.
Oh, you can't do that?
Not as far as I can tell, but this is yet another thing that I haven't spent a ton of time looking up how to do things yet.
I'm thinking on like what I've seen online in videos.
People say you can.
You can.
So
okay.
then that's something that will help a lot because
Yeah. Sorry. Keep going.
travel mode apparently is what it's called. So yeah, I'm going to play around with that. It's not going to fix every issue that I have with it because realistically, most of my problems are just caused by that I just don't really want this thing on my face right now.
It would be nice if you could do both. Like I would want to have some that were fixed in 3D space and some that floated with me.
You could I would imagine that you could probably do that.
Maybe.
Oh, wait, not yet. Travel mode is only really made for airplane usage, etc. Speaking of airplane usage, I was sitting.
Sorry.
Don't walk with travel mode though. Okay, well then that's not really okay. Then that's not really what I'm talking about.
Okay, I'm gonna insert now.
So
I've seen a video of someone walking down the street with Google Maps pinned.
Okay. I'll have to figure it out. But yeah, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that I want to move around and I want it to just stay fixed to me rather than fixed to the environment. And it sounds like what you're talking about is travel mode figures out where something is based on its proximity to the headset rather than based on the map the headset builds of the world around you because of low light. So I noticed that I was sitting in my computer room at home, and you know how our lights are automated and just turn off. So in what would be probably like cabin brightness on an overnight flight, it was not able to handle tracking very well. It would often lose tracking and have connection issues and hand tracking issues. So that makes a ton of sense that travel mode would be for like that's what travel mode is a way to not have it reliant on that outside map that it's building. But that's not what I was asking for. So I'm just gonna have to do a little bit more figuring out.
I'm sure. I mean, unless that video is just fake. But I've definitely seen.
Could be.
A person was walking down the. Yeah, absolutely. I've seen a person walking down the street, and the I'm assuming Apple Maps or whatever, but some form of map application was fixed on the left-hand side of their view.
No problem, Captain Cosmo. Hit me, Dan.
Hey, DLL, speaking of AI fakes, how do you expect the world to adapt to combat this? We all know laws mean nothing, especially when millions are at play. Should we be going back to carrier pigeons?
I think there's...
Not a bad suggestion. In person.
Yeah. Someone made a comment earlier about our handshake deals back. I had a conversation about this $25 million thing with my roommate a day or two ago, and we were both talking about how, like, yeah.
If you needed to transfer $25 million, should someone just fly there and like do the deal?
Or even like if you need to get a confirmation, like, oh, the CFO was on the call or whatever, like, it's $25 million. Maybe you should go to the CFO's office.
Yeah.
And like see them in person. Just be like, hey, just confirming, you know? And like, you're gonna have to work at a place where that doesn't seem weird. So you'll have to like inform people around that you need this extra layer. I mentioned maybe you have to call them on their cell phone as well as like a form of two-factor for communication. So okay, you have like someone on Teams tells you to transfer 25 million, or someone in a video call tells you to transfer 25 million. Okay, well, you call them as well. And you might see them on the video like answer their cell phone and be like, hey. But if someone has their Teams account and they have their cell phone, like that's another fairly significant step. Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
So apparently Ryan Trahan did it, but he had to pinch on the app to hold it there while he was like walking.
Oh yeah, that's not what I'm asking for.
No, for sure.
I'm aware of that. I've done that.
That probably explains the video. I saw those.
Yep, that explains it. So the fact that workaround is necessary, and the fact that this made it to actual release with no one being like, oh yeah, that's the thing we should obviously do, is just sort of baffling to me, especially if they have this travel mode where they map relative to the headset rather than relative to the map created in the environment around you. Sure. Fake pinched finger stick.
Oh, genius. Genius. Could like sucker it onto your chest.
Terrible.
I love it. I love it. Linus question. Why are you still running the damaged Note 9? I honestly was expecting you to have moved to the Samsung 24 Ultra by now. Mostly curious.
Once again, the answer is going to be a lot less cool than what you might imagine. It is a ton of work with all of my, like, setting up my notification settings in every app so that the things I need get to me and the things I don't need don't bother me, and authenticating all the bajillion things that I have to sign into. It's a ton of work for me to switch phones, and I had intended to switch over to the Fairphone. So for that review, man, I put in the work so that I wouldn't have to carry my Note 9 with me at all. With the LG Wing, I carried the Note 9 for like 2FA, Like I didn't really use it, but I knew I wasn't seriously switching to the LG Wing. I made myself use it, but I didn't put my whole life on it. With the Fairphone 5, I did. I was like, I am switching to this phone. They're going to support this thing for 7 years or whatever it is. So this will be like, even if I move on to another phone after this will be the one that'll like have all my stuff, you know, like that social media or that messaging app that I only use to communicate with people I play badminton with in Taiwan. Like, I'm gonna install that one on there and migrate all my messages over and all this tedious crap. I don't like going through that, so upgrading phones for me is actually a hassle, and maybe part of it is just like PTSD from doing it so many times back when I would be reviewing a different phone every month or two. Like, I think a lot of people were like, oh, Linus is so lucky, he gets to use new phones all the time. I freaking hated it. It sucks. It's so annoying.
It's not a good experience.
No, it actually sucks. So I gave up on it, and I switched to the Note 9, so it has my whole life on it. And I did that with the Fairphone 5, and it ended up being a complete fucking waste of time because, spoiler alert, is this a Fairphone 5?
Yeah.
I'm done the review.
Yeah.
So I don't know, I'll switch to something else at some point. I would consider an S24 Ultra. I just, nothing has sung to me. I liked the folding phones, though that was cool. I switched over to the Fold 3. Actually, Dan, I still owe you that Fold 3. I need to get my pictures off of it, and then as far as I'm concerned, you can do whatever you want with it. I told him if he fixed it, then he could use it. I've just been really slow. Sorry, Dan. It's sitting on my desk at home. I will deal with it.
You don't have to. I mean, I hate all phones now because you ruined the last one that I loved.
Well, Dan, that's no. That's not the way it works. Once I say something, then I have to. It's not up to you to decide if I have to.
Okay.
I have said I'm doing it, therefore.
All right.
I'll do it.
I just don't want you to feel forced by social convention.
No, I'm forced by me. I'm forced by because I said I was going to do something.
Okay.
Very, very simple. To me, a verbal contract's a contract. Anywho, the point is that I just don't like doing it. And to me, the 3 extra seconds, or actually on this thing in some cases, 30 extra seconds that I might wait for an app to install on the rare occasion that I bother to install an app on my phone is just not worth the trade-off of the 3 hours that I'm going to spend migrating everything and then the occasional 3 to 30 minutes that it's going to cost me down the road when I realize there was something I missed and I need to go back and deal with it. It's just such a pain.
Hello, Wan, Wook, and Winus. Does Floatplane give you any interesting cross statistics with YouTube? For example, are there any similarities or differences for video retention? Original Floatplane in voice 314.
Yeah, Luke. Tell me, what kind of analytics does Floatplane provide, and how do they compare to the YouTube analytics?
Very fantastic. We have the best. My friends tell me that we have the best analytics.
Yeah, so that's how you know it was the biggest lie of the show.
We have basically none. There's certain things that we can ask AJ to manually pull up, or ask Jonathan to manually pull up. But there's pretty much nothing. I don't think it's...
they don't use Firefox.
There's stuff we can check.
We have nothing. We don't even know how many views we're getting.
I know AJ's here.
We can guess, but it's basically all guessing. So it's just I don't know, whatever.
Yeah, YouTube's guessing. They just have the best guessing.
They are extremely good at it.
Yeah.
But that's taken a lot of effort. So I don't know.
We would have to have an entire team that is much larger than the entire Floatplane team that just did that if we wanted to even approach.
I mean, and we could get pretty accurate probably, but ad blockers block a lot of stuff that aren't ads, and a lot of you guys run ad blockers, so it makes certain things unnecessarily hard.
To be clear, when you're on Floatplane running an ad blocker, we don't care. There's no ads on Floatplane. It actually has zero impact other than that we can't build analytics.
We do care though. Because there's more than just views analytics that we can't capture. We also can't. It also muddies the waters of capturing a lot of other things.
Well, what would they care about though?
I have to go back over it again. Oh, what would they care about? Or nothing. No.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it just affects us and our ability to know how the site's being used, to see how well
to, like,
videos
plan
being
infrastructure and like. Okay, I
do
understand.
things like that. It's been a long time
Alright.
since I've had this conversation, so I might be saying things that are slightly off, but it's like, it's definitely not helpful. Troubleshooting info for us, yeah, exactly. Like, it blocks us being able to figure out troubleshooting stuff. I understand there are sites out there that are pulling information to, like, sell by doing those types of things. So I get it, and I'm not telling anyone to whatever. This isn't that conversation. But it is annoying when you're, like, actually just trying to do good things and it becomes inaccurate, or you can't, or whatever else because of that stuff.
Okay.
QoS info for ISPs, yeah, that makes figuring out routing problems really hard when you can't figure out routing problems.
Got it.
Like, it's super annoying. But again, I get it. It's just, yeah.
We
If you're
try.
someone like Google, you can find workarounds, you can do various things, you can
Sure.
improve it. At our scale, it's like, oh man, is there an option to not bother? Yes? Sick.
Love it. Duke, Linux, and Don, good evening. Duke, Final Fantasy Tactics. You should play it. Linux, if you had to choose Final Fantasy VI Remake or Tactics Remake or sequel.
Ooh.
26,
That's a pretty good question.
26
actually.
years later, I still play FFT.
Well, Final Fantasy Tactics has a sequel, so I'm not going to ask for that. If you're asking if I would want, like, a worthy sequel, like, as good or better in every way, you know what? I'd pick 6 Remake. I think I'd find it easier to find the time to play that. A tactics game would just completely absorb my life, and so that's a very selfish reason for choosing that. But you asked me, so I guess
That's
can,
fair.
It can be a me reason.
That's legit.
If I got like a real reimagining of 6, I think, but then would I like hate it because it's not what I like and remember? No, I think I would love to hear Terra's story retold. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that. Yeah.
Odd question about the business side. As you build out your merchandise for sale, how do you figure out the...
Wait, hold on, I'm not done with that yet though. Have you played any more 6?
Oh, sorry.
No, but I probably will be this weekend.
All right, forget it. Sorry, Dan. Go ahead. Sorry I even said anything.
Odd question about the business side. As you build out your merchandise for sale, how do you figure out the design, labor, handling costs behind the product itself so to stay profitable?
Until Taryn joined, we just didn't. We eyeballed it.
That's on brand. See, this is why we have to take away their Excel, because they're not even using it.
Yeah.
They're still using it.
There are people who use it, Dan. But we knew approximately what our handling was from our 3PL because we know how much we pay them every month and we know how many orders they handled, but we don't know a lot of the fine details around especially like product development costs. Like, I have no idea. Yvonne might know how much we spend on samples for clothing, for example. I doubt it. Like, she could maybe look it up. It would be somewhat challenging. Nick says we didn't eyeball everything. The only thing we didn't factor was OPEC on a per unit basis. I am pretty sure that there are other things that we did not fully map out. But I know that we knew. Okay, so just to be clear, we weren't completely flying blind.
I have no idea.
I know what we knew what our incoming costs were approximately for like shipping and handling.
Okay.
But here's something that we just had no idea about was what our returns were costing. We were just like, we think it's like within this range, and it was somewhere pretty close to that range once we drilled into it a bit more. But there were clearly some things that were just like, oh yeah, we kind of were kicking the can down the road. And like, in fairness to the team, I'm not throwing them under the bus. They were busy building new products and growing the revenue and figuring out how to keep up with shipments. And there were some things that fell through the cracks. There's some stuff that we've definitely got to clean up now though. And so that's what we're working on.
See, hi DLL. If AI becomes proficient at extracting benchmark benchmark detail from videos through speech or image recognition, would that change your lab's data plan and use it in LTD videos?
No, at this point, we really want people to have the data, and so we're still full steam ahead with testing and publishing data. Whether the full suite will be available to non-paid accounts and things like that, that's TBD. Like how we publish it is to be determined, but we want to test it. We want to publish it.
Hey, DLL, cable management when? But more importantly, what are your thoughts on digital identity, SSI, self-sovereign identity, to combat AI impersonation?
I mean, I think Luke and I have talked about that a fair bit on the show today. I just don't think that the only real solution is a decentralized one.
Good luck.
Yeah, good luck.
AI identity on the blockchain, is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
Oh, Web3's back, boys.
Hell yeah.
Cable management, though, very soon. Speaking of the team being hard at work on things, it's a surprisingly complicated product for us to bring to market. It's not the kind of thing that I think is obvious to someone who's never tried to launch a product before. But you can't just sell cable arch at price, because back to the question of handling costs, that the handling cost of cable arch would make it completely unsustainable for us to sell at a price that would make any sense for you. So we have to make bundles of cable arch, or bundles of multiple different cable arches in configurations that maybe make sense. We have to find a way to communicate that. We have to find a way to market it. We have to find a way to present all of that on the website. Oh.
We're running into a problem there.
Oh, yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, it's like, it's a lot of options. And like visually explaining what it is, and also having all the options and making it so that all the option combinations are not confusing, and all of that all at once it's a lot right now.
Yeah.
And I don't think we have a fantastic current solution, but we are working on it. Had a call with a bunch of people, and there was some good ideas people were bringing up, and we're going to try to figure it out. I
Right.
won't do much.
All I've got left is potentials. Luke, there's a lot in here for you.
Sick.
Oh, wow, it's just Luke for days. I'm going to go get some more snackies.
Okay.
I should have prompted you to how to read through of these. Do you want to parse them first? Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll just give you a second here. Very confused.
One of them I don't understand how it starts, but I'll field the question anyways.
LDL is a chemical. I think. Maybe.
Is it?
Yeah.
Sure.
We'll start with this one. Whatever. Luke, how do you select data centers for floatplane? I just started looking into co-location, and there are so many options at wildly varying price points.
This is a much better question for AJ if you're in floatplane chat. AJ's hanging out in floatplane chat right now. But my thing that I'll add on is a very frustrating task that I've given AJ over the years is that, we don't have a VC budget, so things need to be pretty cheap. So generally it's been like, what's the cheapest possible way we can get this thing? And then we use a lot of OVH. We're fairly in their kind of like ecosystem at this point, and they're very.
I'm surprised to hear you talking about that. You're usually so cagey about
OVH?
what sort of services we use and what specifically we use them for.
For certain things, yeah, but OVH is very easy to figure out that we use it.
Yeah, you used to not want to acknowledge it, so I'm just.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I think I've always been pretty open about OVH specifically. Oh.
Oh no, I remember specifically. You were just like, "Don't give them anything." I'm like, "Okay."
Oh yeah, that sounds like me. But yeah, OVH we use and we use a lot, and it's been pretty good for us. There's been times where there's been bumps in the road, but like.
But OVH, if you wanted to sponsor us, and the reads were just, we talk about our experience overall.
Really good.
It'd be pretty chill.
Really good and really cheap, like very cost effective for what we get. And honestly, talking to other people that are in other data centers and being in other data centers sometimes ourselves as well, there's bumps in the road everywhere. So like, I don't know.
We've had some doozies.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. Cloudflare went down not that long ago. Google has gone down some amount of time.
Teams was a disaster 2 weeks ago.
Teams was like, this happens to everybody. So it kind of just is what it is. Overall, the uptime through OVH has been super good. I don't know. Yeah, OVH has been good. It's been a proven good strategy the entire time we've been there. That was an AJ thing from back in the day, and a Jake thing, actually. Both of them. So yeah, we've sort of stuck there, and then we've also worked with other ones as well. But yeah.
Hi, bad cholesterol, LDL, low density lipoprotein. Question for Luke. Have you heard of or tried the Skyrim companion mod where NPCs talk conversationally with you?
I have heard of it. They all sound like AI, so I am not interested.
Luke, Outlook lets you have different email handles for the same account and chooses which ones can be used for login. Isn't only using handles that can't be used for login the most secure system?
I think that is super cool. I didn't actually know that. That's neat. I feel like you can do the same thing with Google Workspace. I'm not sure though. I know you can do the plus alias thing, which is super cool, but I don't know if you can completely change it. I think you can. I know you can to a certain degree, but I don't know if you can use it in that exact way. But I know you can to a certain degree because I have that. So if you only emailed out of one that wasn't the core login, I feel like that would work. So yeah, I think so. I think it works on both, effectively. And I think that is pretty smart. Yeah, AJ saying you can have a primary domain ID and then your email is different. Yeah, so that seems like a good idea, smart idea.
Heyo, WAN.dll. Question for Linus. As a fellow XR enthusiast, bullish on the monitor replacement use case is the immersed visor on your horizon. I think AVP, but 1/3 the weight and cost.
This is the first I'm hearing of it.
Never heard of this.
It sounds pretty cool. It looks like what they have apps for.
This colors theme makes me think of
I
Ubuntu.
don't know. Like why? What do you like? Is this just a link to Apple's website? Yep.
What the?
Interesting. It's on my radar now.
Neat. Last two potentials.
Well, I need to email this to myself, so I will not be helping.
Luke.
Got him.
I'll curate this one.
Go,
Sure.
Luke.
Luke, you come across as putting a lot of thought and research into purchases. What sealed the deal for you when it came to Athletic Greens?
This is a weird one. Their
Yeah,
sponsor.
they kind of sponsored the show today, so
Do you want me to
I
do this or
absolve
no?
you of any responsibility for getting the sponsorship canceled.
Okay, cool. Sounds good.
Uh-oh.
I'm just going to talk completely candidly, but I think it's mostly good stuff, to be honest, so it should be okay. I gained a ton of weight over COVID. I was not eating very good things, and I was extremely inactive. Actually, before that was kind of over, I hit a certain point where I was like, all right, I need to figure this out. So I started getting a lot more active, and I started eating a lot better. But one of the ways that I started eating better was I started eating very regimented, and I started eating a lot of the same things all the time. And by restricting my diet to a certain degree, I wasn't getting as much of a range of different things. So I was worried about not having good nutrient coverage, essentially. I looked into a bunch of different solutions. I tried a few different solutions. I think AG1...
Literal solutions.
Yeah, actually. I think AG1 doesn't taste too bad.
Wow, what an endorsement.
I'm not like Dennis. I don't think it tastes like pineapple and vanilla or whatever he says. I don't get that at all, but it tastes all right.
Where is it between pineapple and banana and ass?
Pineapple and vanilla, I think, is what he says. Probably somewhere in the middle. Like I don't think it tastes great, but I also have had a bunch of other ones
You
that
heard
I
it
think
here,
taste
folks.
way worse.
It's got a half-ass taste.
I've had ones that are a lot worse. So like I wouldn't want to dog on it for its taste. And Dennis isn't the only person that I know that has mentioned pineapple specifically, and he's not the only person that I know that think it tastes legitimately good. So I like actually don't want to dog on it for its taste. Yeah, and anything that is in the supplement realm is just super. It's an interesting area. I don't really want to mess with it. AG1 seems to be fairly reputable as far as I can tell. They seem to be pretty legit, and I go with it for that reason mostly. I did quite a bit of research. There's a bunch of people saying that there's like equivalent alternatives that are cheaper, but then when I was looking into those, I would often find, not always, but I would often find threads of people talking about how the way that they make something or whatever is not up to whatever, I don't know, blah blah blah, stuff that I don't understand enough about, and it seemed to be more legit, more trustworthy to me. I don't know. I'm not saying that you should take my research and be like, well, I'll just get it then. This is not part of the ad at all. I have no idea. I am not an expert on this. I know nothing. But it seemed legit, and I understand it was a bunch more money, but it's I'm a little sketched out by supplementation in general, but it's something that I did want to do, so I went with that one because it seemed the safest. I don't know. That's it.
And last one I've got here, got my 13-inch framework in last week, and I'm loving it. Do you have any updated thoughts on future GPU upgrades for the new 16 coming out? P.S. Unpopular opinion, no beard is better.
That is an unpopular opinion.
What the hell's wrong with you?
I don't have any updated thoughts other than that hopefully Framework can find partners who will continue to develop GPU modules for it, and we will get some choice in GPUs. I mean, hopefully we just get some choice in GPU options that don't suck in general, and that would benefit Framework and everyone. And that's it for the WAN show. We'll see you again next week. Same bad time, same bad channel.
Bye.